foundation has always been surrounded by magic. Just a year after launching, Walt Disney gave his support to the program.
Disneyland in California is actually the only drop location for toys in the very early days.
In 2020, Toys for Tots had to adapt.
Donations, involvement, volunteers, it was almost non-existent, and the need for the program was at its all-time high. It skyrocketed.
Merry Christmas, how you doing today, man?
They adapted by utilizing a QR code, getting gifts in cars in nearly no time. Christmas 2021 is already in full swing. Volunteers have been sorting through toy after toy after toy.
Oy yay. How is everybody today?
We're able to pass
Hope we're all having a good
on to the
afternoon.
families that need it the most and let them have that stress taken away for Christmas.
We're gonna get it going, guys. Let's hang out. Let's hang out together today. Wondering if Lux was in the chair. Oh, look at that. My massiveness. Alright. How is everybody today? Are you having an excellent day? Oh snap, my drink, hold on. Let's grab that. Pile on in, Murkies. Tell me how your day is going so far. Get that out of the way. Visually bothering me a little bit. Alright. I hope you're all having an excellent day. There's planes being loud as shit today outside. Just scrambling overhead. To let everybody know, I'm in the lounge right now. I got the lounge open, so if you guys want to come hang out, let's get caught up. If you got them, smoke them. Let's burn one this morning, guys. It's Thursday. What do you got going on? You hanging out with me? Probably not a lot, baby. Maybe your day's over. Maybe your day hasn't began yet. Either way, get that energy right, baby. And let's see here. We have some information on Cleo's abductor. He's hella into Bratz dolls, which is weird. I saw a photo of the man who took Cleo out of Australia. Oh, hell yeah, Rock. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's gonna go down today, baby. It's Conspiracy Thursday, but I'm not really, you know what? We're gonna start rolling in more of a freeform style. I'm not really gonna push a hard topic. I don't really give a hoot. I can never stay on topic anyway, so let's just start having really long form conversations together. We'll just call it MURKradio. How about that? Just kind of go back to the roots. I made a thumbnail that's more in style with how I would do things back in the day, which, you know, when Murk started out, it was 100% me by myself. It was really hard. I did all the art, I did all the music, and you know, to have a creative outlet where I'm using that name, but I've got a community now. It's fucking crazy. Let's see here, hold on. Let's laugh at some news people, bitches.
I'm ducking and everything. God, in the house, I got scared.
I know this
I
one.
dropped my hot pocket.
Drop my hot pocket.
Can I ask you, if you won all the money, what would you do?
Oh, hell yes.
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Oh, okay, that's not good.
He was just being honest, dude. You wanted to know.
School sometimes, and also she thinks I need protective gear when I need to ride a bike.
You probably do. I think I agree with your mom.
I know how to ride a bike already, even without protective gear.
No,
Did you really snatch
kid, you gotta wear a
86-year-old
helmet.
woman's purse?
She wants to hurt me. And the bitch don't even know me. I hope that they beat her ass. Some of the women in prison beat her ass every day for as long as she's in there.
Some people might say that's harsh.
Well, so what she did to me was even worse. I'm supposed to feel sorry for that bitch. I don't.
Told him I was gonna kill him all that with a gun if he didn't get out of my house. When I pulled the gun out on him, I guess he didn't think it was a real gun because he didn't
Exactly, Rock. I think I'm just gonna keep the suspense going, baby. I want to see where it goes.
I shot through a hamper.
Enjoyment in the moment. I've been kind of losing myself and trying to plan shit too much.
I went straight to the bag and hit him in his leg. And he started crying.
Oh, really, Erica?
Why did you come so early this morning, man?
The coldest town on Earth in Siberia.
That's why I called so early.
Wow.
Celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday because I feel it's really good to come because you know when Martin Luther King's birthday comes on January, I would say it's important to always come to celebrate the birthday.
Public speaking, nerves, acclamation. I feel really bad for this gentleman. She's got the opposite of his issue. She's just like, I'll talk to any motherfucker.
Something wrong is popping. I said, what? She said, yeah.
Really?
I said,
Let me type that shit in, Erica.
Girl come downstairs. She come out her apartment with her baby with no shoes on. I said, oh, girl, it's cold outside. She said, something ain't right. I said, oh, man. She said, oh, man, the building is on fire.
Whoa. Here's one from 60 Minutes Australia. I'm pretty sure that falls under fair use.
I've just returned from a place so piercingly cold, it gives me the shivers just thinking about it.
It's cold as shit. It's fucking beautiful here, by the way. Before we go on talking about the coldest town on Earth, I realize it's entering into winter for most people. I'm in the desert. It is fucking gorgeous. Gorgy. I wore this and sandals to, like, on a walk earlier. It's fucking gorgeous. I never want another winter ever again. I fucking hate winter. I lost a bunch of weight at one point in my life, and ever since then, I had never been cold to the bone like I had when I'd gone from 360 pounds to like 180. I was like, holy fuck. I have never been so cold in my fucking life. Ever. Like, cold to the bone? That wasn't me growing up. I was hefty. I was a husky, you know, extra medium, remember? So, like, I don't get that cold. Hey, what up, Eric? Hey, we're checking out this coldest town in Siberia. This is just crazy.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. It would suck to be. Why are people still living there? Why is it a town?
Oh, they love it.
That's crazy.
They were like, if I could live anywhere else in the world, I'd stay here.
You crazy Siberian fucks. That's crazy.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess, so they got exiled there, like during Stalin, their family. You know, Stalin's reign. And their family, like, built the road of bones or whatnot.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. I think I've heard about a Siberian road of bones before.
And then that's how it all started, and they just never left.
Yeah.
So those people that live there are the grandkids of them, which is crazy.
Holy shit. See, this is I've got a 60 Minutes pulled up while the Murkies pile in, and oh yeah.
There's a better one that's shorter.
Oh, there's another one for the hottest place on Earth. So hold on, I want to see a juxtaposition maybe between.
I didn't look at that, but I was tempted.
Oh, I wonder if there's any similarities between the two people, the types of people who live in these extreme fucking environments. Like, that's fucking cold where they are.
No,
Yeah, I didn't care for the 60 Minutes one, but
Okay. I know this one YouTube should be cool with, because normally 60 Minutes falls under free use, so I was going to kind of hop around just to see how these people fucking have to live.
it does explain the road, though, which I thought was mad cool, like in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that guy there is just telling you about, in the 1920s, he recorded the coldest day of all. I think it was like negative 71 or something.
Holy shit, you take a sneeze and it crystallizes immediately.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine?
Like, why?
Your sneeze potentially being lethal?
They had to send this dude in a couple of times, like, inside the car or the house because his nose was getting frostbitten. Like, it's no joke.
Yeah, parts of you are gonna, like, start turning black. Hey, afternoon, Arianthe.
I just got stuck going through that. Like, I was just so fascinated with why the hell people would want to live there. I watched, like, 10 videos.
Oh, yeah. Oh, holiday decor. Hell yeah. Yeah, show off your holiday decor. I apologize already for my lackluster holiday nature.
Yeah, what the hell?
I don't know. I'm a Jew. we put a menorah up, pretty low key. I'm used to being a Jew in the South, so you know, you hide that shit pretty hard.
Arianthe, you ever heard of the coldest place on Earth? Oh, the coldest inhabited place.
You know, these Siberians, they got a babushka in here straight making biscuits or something. That look delicious. I bet you have to keep heavy carby diets here. Like, you gotta eat all the time and shit.
Yeah, so I guess they were saying they eat narwhal, horses.
Horses?
Yeah, they breed little, like, Shetland looking things, and they eat them exclusively. Like, that's what they eat.
I wonder what Shetland pony tastes like.
I don't know, but the guy said the narwhal tasted just like chewing gum.
Okay, but they're getting fat and stuff from it.
Yeah, I guess, so they utilize everything, right? You got the oil from the fat, and then the meat is the food, and it keeps them warm, and I think they said they eat the skin too, but I don't know, I just got stuck on it, and I thought it was fascinating.
Oh, this is fascinating. What's up, Merc? How's your day going so far? My dog Frankie is healing up good, but 2 nights ago, he kept me up all night, scratching and licking and biting, so I had to take him to the vet again. It was seasonal allergies. Damn, Carly! Got that sick puppers. Hope he gets feeling better. Hopefully this time it's stable. Carly.
Give him some Benadryl.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
That's what I used to do when I worked at I used to be a vet tech.
I've done that too. I've had a vet suggest that I break off some Benadryl and give it to a pupper and some cheese before. Yeah. I also recovered a dog from parvo, which was expensive and hard. But boy, were me and that dog bonded.
Yeah.
Is only 700 meters above sea level.
I had a dog.
It's like, only 700 meters above sea level.
Yeah, so the conditions are just right. They're like in a canyon. So like if you went up the mountain, it would actually be warmer, is how they described it. Like it's just so perfectly settled where the wind,
like it literally stays in kind of shadow of mountains.
Yeah, and I guess the summer, they hate it. Like they were like, don't ever visit here in the summer. It's muddy, there's mosquitoes, there's all kinds of things because of like global warming, which, you know, doesn't exist. I'm joking.
I'll allow it. It's technically Thursday, so theories are allowed, and
I'm joking.
Hey, but there's a lot of people just to throw some validity at that. There's some people I seriously love that are like, nah, the Earth just does this.
No, because they.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to get into. See, there's the ponies they eat. Those poor ponies, and they were showing this. Once a month they go out and they scrape the ice off the back of the ponies because it like stays like a sheet of ice on them, and they just chisel it off. Like what the hell?
Yeah. Curly bought some kids Benadryl. The puppers weighs 11.5 pounds, so he doesn't know how much to give the puppers.
Oh, hold on. Let me look at my little chart.
Yeah, dosing chart for dogs online. Yeah, there's gotta be a...
Horse meat, morning, noon, and night.
11 pounds.
Yeah, let's see how much Benadryl you gotta give that puppers.
What happened to the puppers?
Is it infant or... There's a difference.
I think just children's. So not the infant's Benadryl, but the children's Benadryl.
Arianthe and I, we're soulmates.
Yeah, I love it so
swear
much.
to God.
I love having both of you around so much.
I know, I love talking to her every day.
I was waiting for someone to bust in hot with something they had been kind of down a rabbit hole with today. Because I think I'm getting lost in trying to schedule topics. I think I missed the freeform. I'm kind of an improv jazz guy, so I like to see what y'all are up to, I think, more than...
Yeah, I mean...
push a 5 shows a week kind of thing.
I did not think that I would get stuck on this. But now I'm very curious to see the polar opposite.
Yeah, look at this. That's gonna freeze.
Watch, he rips it in half. It's dope.
All we're effectively doing is speeding up the process of hanging it
Do-do-do.
on. Okay, stop now. Let's see.
And they use a banana as a fucking hammer. I was like, what is happening?
Whoa.
Watch, he's gonna rip it. It's so funny.
That is amazing. Look.
I've never tried this, but you're supposed to be able to split it down the middle quite easily. Like,
I want that hat.
I do too.
Like, seriously.
Whoa.
Everyone gets a hat like that for the holidays.
Heck yeah. Good morning, Arianthe.
You know that's one B.
Oh shit. That's noise from my apartment complex. What the hell?
Really?
I can honestly say no.
Possibly not.
Yeah.
Watch.
Hold on, I got my window open. I'm gonna close my window. I'll be right back.
Totally ridiculous, and yet...
Look at that.
Totally...
That was spooky.
Look at that.
So, you're excited for Christmas, Arianthe?
I am, which is so weird because usually I get really excited for spooky season, but this year I was just like, I can't wait to put up all my lights.
Yeah, I do dig the lights, I'm not gonna lie.
God,
Something's off.
there's a porter out there getting buck wild with a leaf blower. Sorry about that.
Oh, so these are the reindeer that they use for transportation. I want a reindeer.
Oh, I would not use reindeer for transportation.
He's so cute.
I've almost never seen actual people using reindeer to move around. That's dope. They're just Santa Clausing around the coldest town. See, okay. Look, you can give me enough fur, enough narwhal fat, maybe I'll hang out.
I don't know.
That seems too cold for me.
What I do like about them, though, is their, like, mindset, right? So, like, because he was asking about their religion. They're like, we don't really have a religion, but, like, we just appreciate nature, and we ask, you know, please give us food, and we, like, respect it.
Because it's a post-Stalin, like, Russian offshoot, so they wouldn't have a actual religion. That's fascinating.
I resonate with that pretty hard. I love that.
Yeah.
So he was like, well, what about the gods? And he's like, well, nature is our god, if you will. Like, if you have to label it. And I was like, I love this lady right now.
So they managed to hang on to some animism even through their secularization.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. I love that.
Something
See
about
those fish you just threw up on the ice? They freeze almost instantly.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's how I feel when I walk outside and it's like 40 degrees. I walk out and I'm like, ugh!
I can't wait till you get to the next one with like there's a guy who just kind of hangs out there and his eyelashes are like frozen.
Oh. I like how that dude balled up on that big-headed kid and just yanked his hat down, pushed him. It was like his little brother or some shit, you know it.
So if you want to have a car like in the city part of that area, you have to leave it running the entire winter.
Oh.
Or it will like freeze up and you can't use it till summer.
No.
So they're just like they have like cars running, and I'm like, what a waste. Like, I don't know, it just made me angry.
I don't think I could live here actually, both for those climatic conditions.
Like, they're just, no one's in them.
It makes me angry because I know how much gas is.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have like a plethora of, natural gas and shit there, but still.
That's I don't know, it's a lot. That's all right. I'm gonna click on this hottest place on earth. See what these fools are dealing with.
Yeah, I didn't even get that far. I was like, let me finish all the cold.
Already, I like this more than the coldest place. I know some people hate that shit. They're like, I can't stand summer. I'm like, man, if it's the right summer.
Well, yeah, so which would you choose if you had to pick just one? Hottest place ever or coldest place ever?
Hottest place ever.
First encounter with them is a tense one.
What about...
Only because, like, look, amount of nutrients I have on me right now. So I got a minute.
I feel that so hard.
Yeah, before I'm skinny, I'll be a warlord, goddammit. Trading water or something, I don't know. I'd infinitely prefer kind of be stuck in a desert than the coldest place on earth for sure. But this seems like it might get hot enough that your tires fucking melt.
Whoa, some serious guns. Sorry.
Yeah, they were some serious guns. That's something you see in places like this, like warlordism, because the resources are so scant and scarce, and the need for them is so large. Lady, you're just walking around?
Yeah.
Okay, see, she makes me think that I got this shit with enough linen.
I'd be dead.
Alright.
I think if I had...
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I think if I had drip like hers, I'd be good.
I don't know, man. I can't handle the heat, and I definitely can't handle the cold, so I'd just be dead.
Oh. I really like it here in Arizona when it's like when I got here it was July, and I really like that 107 degree shit. That's fucking... Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
It's dry, isn't it? Like, it's not humid. Like, you don't walk outside and drown.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't... Yeah, no, you can breathe.
Yeah, you're gonna walk outside and drown.
It takes a solid 30-40 minutes to sweat in 107 with no humidity.
Eyes off that baby.
That's a hell of a way. They weighing babies in the same thing you weigh bananas in. It's hot there.
Oh, we used to do that back in the day. Don't you worry.
Oh, that
what's the topic of the day?
No topic, John. We're just open for conversation. We're gonna move back to freeform, baby. I've decided I'm just gonna let things roll.
Probably my fault.
No, not at all. It's my own. I'm getting lost in topics. I'm like, I shouldn't even try to.
That's cool. Look, they make their own little house. Like, that's pretty inventive.
Yeah.
Well, how you doing, Erica?
I'm great, John. How are you?
Well, reason I popped on now, I was thinking about what I was going to tell you guys, because I always try to have a story. But I said, fuck that. I got to tell you about something really cool that happened, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to these meetings, okay?
Yeah.
And the meeting I have in the morning, anybody who doesn't know, it's an AA thing. And so they instruct us on, the guy who runs this whole place gives us these pretty much, how to handle when you're going to a meeting, how to treat newcomers and stuff. And, you'll have these guys come in to a regular meeting, and they might say, get their white chip, say they're just starting out, they just got sober yesterday, they stopped drinking. And, you're encouraged to go over to these guys and introduce yourself, offer them a phone number, something like that, And my sponsor doesn't want me to start sponsoring people till I finish the steps, which I'm on 10. And I have to, take a couple of months and, get a home group for sure and some other things. Okay. So, but it doesn't stop me from at least welcoming people, okay, and going over to them and seeing if there's anything you can do. So this guy spoke up in a meeting about a week ago, and he says he's looking for housing because right now he's just living in hotels, and you know he's been sober for a while. So at the end of the meeting, I'm practically jumping over chairs to get to this guy, wanting to do what they've taught me to do. And I go over and I tell him about this place I live, and I show him the website and give him the numbers and everything. And he asked for my number. So today I walk into the meeting we have in the morning, and here's this guy sitting here. He comes walking over to me. He starts pumping my arm like it's, you know, and he's thanking me. And he goes, "You remember you gave me this place at the meeting?" And I was thrilled, man, because, it felt great at the time, even if you don't know if the guy is going to respond or not, but you did your part, and it does feel good, like they tell you it's gonna. So I said, yeah, all right, cool. I did my thing, man. I told my sponsor, I said, yeah, man, I gave him some information, whether he uses it or not, who knows? But here the guy is, he now lives here, and he's thanking me for like suggesting this to him, right? And I'm like, damn. So, this shit really works, man, So anyway, that's my thrill of the day.
No, that's awesome. You're officially a mensch. Congratulations. No,
I call that a gog shot.
Yeah, that's a mitzvah. You did it. That's a good deed. That's a good time.
I feel like we should take a second and talk about how awesome John is.
Yeah.
Because I'm so fucking proud of him.
I am too.
Yeah, enough about me. Let's talk about you.
Oh,
What do you think?
But
you can't keep it if you don't give it away, John. And you're doing exactly what you're supposed to, and you are exactly where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, you do a mitzvah that solid, boy. I'll hit the party popper for you anytime. That's John. That's awesome.
Seriously, this is the type of person we need in the world. I don't have friends like this. I don't have friends that would be like, hey, I know where you could stay. I don't have friends like Mark. That's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's so many of these people, one thing, the guy who teaches us all this stuff, he was saying that he'll go to he's been sober 30 years, and he says he'll go to these meetings, and, a guy will say he's a newcomer, and at the end of the meeting, these guys who've got years and double-digit sobriety will just go, yeah, keep coming back, and they'll walk on out. Nobody even stops and talks to the guy. And he says, suppose that guy goes home and, puts a gun in his mouth or something, right? Maybe he needed to hear something that day, and you've deprived him of that. So I'm like, wow, yeah, that's heavy. So I kept that all in my mind, and I went and did this. But the funny thing was, completely getting off of that, okay, since we're just talking freeform. So I flipped on, since you're coming on a little later these days, I flipped on the YouTube, see what's happening. And I started watching a little of that Rittenhouse trial. Okay, and I know one of the guys for sure is his attorney. Okay, but there's another guy that I'm not sure whether he's the prosecution or another of the team for this guy or whatever. But he's talking to this witness, okay, who was there when the shooting went down and everything, and he's describing what this guy, I can't remember his name, but the guy who was shot. Finally, by Rittenhouse, he's getting this guy to describe, what did you see? And the guy says, well, I saw Mr. Jacobs, or whatever his name was. He went forward and he was lunging towards Mr. Rittenhouse when Mr. Rittenhouse brought up the gun and shot him. And they're trying to establish that, like, this really matters, but the guy fell forward. He was falling down already, maybe even because of another gunshot, right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand, okay, it's like they're trying to paint a picture of, other people were doing it too, because they said, well, there was other gunshots from other people with guns. It wasn't just Mr. Rittenhouse. Okay. And that's, I mean, that angle went away when I was a little kid, when your parents say, just because everybody else is doing it doesn't make it right.
Would you jump off a bridge if all your friends did it? Some shit like that. Yeah.
Not very
defensive. Know in the moment, but you mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well, is Chief there calling me a pussy or not? Because if Chief called me a pussy, I'll probably do it.
Well, I mean, I used to have this buddy named Ed. Okay, and we were the same age, and I met the guy because we were both literally shooting. I had been to Florida. He had been to Florida. We didn't know each other, but there's a guy who neither of us could stand in the neighborhood. Didn't know this, and it was a guy's named Billy Gorman. So we were at Billy Gorman's house, and I was about to launch bottle rockets at the guy's house. And lo and behold, this guy who became my best bud was doing the same thing. So we started talking it over. We said, yeah, I don't like him either. How about you? We ended up being friends for we're still friends, okay? For years and years. And, we were potheads together, and we went to Dead shows and tripped together and all that stuff. And our parents eventually, figured out, or thought we were no good for each other. So the joke my uncle said was, I could be going to shoot the president, okay? But if I stop by this guy's house first, okay, they're going to swear that somehow he inspired me to go do this, okay? Constantly blamed, I was the most terrible human being for this guy, and he was the most terrible human being for me, okay? And so it was that same kind of thing, So Ed smokes weed. You have to smoke weed too? And I was like, well, yeah. But I can't believe that a court of law is using such an old defense as well. Everybody else was shooting as well, and Mr. Rittenhouse wasn't sure, okay, who was shooting at him and who wasn't. He was just defending himself, and I said,
bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I turned it off, and I went back to another.
He was defending himself in a space where he never should have been to begin with. None of them should have, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody should have been there being crazy, but at the same time, how the fuck do you defend somebody, a child, crossing state lines with a gun?
I bet you see a judge slap this shit out of them like a parent at some point, like verbally,
it's funny.
Shut them up.
It's funny you should ask that, because they actually have tried to come up with a defense for that too. Apparently he was coming, and I hope I sound like Bill Maher on this because I am being sarcastic. He's trying to say that, or his attorneys are saying that he simply came over to that side of the line in that state because, number one, his father lives there, and he was coming in to help take care of the area and clean the graffiti off of the buildings and things from the protesters.
The fuck?
He took the graffiti off the buildings with a gun?
He went there wanting to shoot people. Everyone knows it. Is what drives me nuts about stuff like that sometimes, where it's like, bitch, we know why you went there.
Maybe he doesn't understand.
I'm just not getting it. He went to pick up graffiti with a gun? What?
Well, he doesn't understand what pressure washing is, I suppose.
Yeah, you can do it with a fucking gun. That's fucking insane. Oh my gosh.
So I'm listening to this. I'm going, are you kidding me? And they said, yes, Mr. Rittenhouse had a purpose for being there, Your Honor. You see, he was attempting to help clean up the graffiti and other damage done to the city by the evil protesters. And he only brought the gun along for self-defense.
Well, no, that was after the fact. They did go clean graffiti, and then they went home, got their guns, and went back to defend certain parking lots, and then they broke up in groups. They said 7 of you here, 7 of you there.
That's vigilantism.
What's that?
Well,
that's vigilantism. You can't be a vigilante in this fucking country.
They really did clean it, and then they decided to go back and be vigilantes.
Yeah. I don't care if you fucking stopped a goddamn bank robbery and left a note that you were the friendly neighborhood white asshole. You don't fucking go back with guns. That's fucking...
No. I know. I was just saying they weren't.
Well, they were replaying.
Oh, for sure. I wasn't saying that like at you, by the way.
No, they were replaying the video, dozens of times and going back 20 seconds so they could ask the witnesses, here, what was going on here. And after the 20th time, seeing how he was able to walk right past the police cars, and they were saying, get off the street, get on the sidewalk, and he kind of waved and said, yeah, sorry, and heads to his car and goes home. Meanwhile, there's a group of people right behind him yelling at the police saying, he just shot a bunch of people, and they did nothing about it. They did absolutely nothing about that. And he went to his car, went home, got up the next day, I guess, and that's when all the shit went down for him. But I could not believe that they're yelling. They're telling the cops, this is the guy.
This motherfucker actively shot people.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did. They said it just like that in the courtroom. Apparently, because it's newsworthy, they're not censoring any of it. So you're hearing the motherfucker and everything else that they said. They go, that motherfucker just shot somebody, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Cops didn't. Yeah, I mean, how can this look good for him at all?
I feel like stuff like that is really important, because when you hear the genuine panic in the public's voice, that's a really important prosecution tool. That can be a really important tool in litigation. And that's one thing that, we hate the surveillance state we're in, but I'm fortunate that we can be in the room where it happens as much as possible in situations where we would just be relying on hearsay or the old boys club that is most police forces.
When they went back to his family's house, his mom and stuff was like, yeah, you need to go on the run, and his friend convinced him to go down the police station and turn himself in.
Whoa, so the parents are also part of his crazy vigilante weird I'm assuming there's some thin blue liners, so there's some fucking hella police supporters.
Didn't his mom take him there?
What was that, Anthony?
I don't know if she took him there, but
I want to say that somebody had said that she took him there. Now, don't quote me on it. I don't know, but
there were a bunch of moms that took their racist-ass white kids to that January 6th fucking riot. I'll tell you that.
Well, the only reason I know that that's not correct, not to be a dick, but the only reason I know that is because I've just been watching it, and they were talking about Mr. Rittenhouse went back to his car and drove home. So, I mean, unless she left him with the car, but I don't know. And the ironic part is, in court, apparently they're not allowing them to use the term victims. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I did see that. They're not allowing them to call people who died victims. They're only allowed to call them looters and rioters.
Whoa, fuck that.
What the fuck? I mean, talk about swaying a jury.
Yeah,
come on.
That's some good old boys club bullshit. This is why fucking video is so important in prosecuting stuff like this. Because of shit like that.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's some old country nonsense, honestly. That's crazy. This shit still happens in 2021.
We're not allowed
call them victims. They fucking were murdered. I don't care what they were doing.
Yeah. And I mean, that's why I had to turn it off.
I mean,
and something else that, the expression, not to get off on a rant here, but if you want to talk about
1 second,
Peter Griffin, when he says, Peter Griffin says, it really grinds my gears. I was just thinking back because I was watching something about some 70s movies or something. And back in the 70s, we had the legend who is known as Evel Knievel. If you remember him, he would jump over things he'd build a ramp and take his motorcycle and jump over buses and jump over cars. And he finally ended it all by doing he wanted to jump the Grand Canyon. He couldn't get clearance to do that. So he settled for the Snake River Canyon, and he called it a stratocycle, but in reality, it was just like a missile that they strap him into and shoot him up a ramp over the canyon, and hopefully he landed on the other side. But his parachute malfunctioned and came open too early and got him lodged on the side of the face of the side of the canyon. So he was rescued and he was okay. But he had claimed to break every bone in his body except his pinky. And I had a record album when I was a kid. We had the action figures. He was God, okay? And as I got older, I realized he wasn't quite God. My comedy writing uncle I've always talking about, he ended up doing some time in a jail where Evel Knievel ended up going because he had used a baseball bat to beat up some photographers or something, right? So they asked him something he didn't like, and my uncle said, yeah, I met him in jail. He was a dick. And I said, I can believe that. Well, Evel, at the height of his popularity, I had the toys, T-shirts, and everything, but he had a record album out, and the record album was just a recording of him talking. On one side it was to kids, and the other side it was to adults. And like on the kids side, they said, should we always wear a helmet, Evil? And he calls the kid up to the front and he says, he hits him on the knee, goes, that hurt? The kid said, no. And he hits him like on the side, of his ribs. He goes, does that hurt? And he goes, no. And then he smacks him across the head. He goes, does that hurt? And the guy goes, yeah. And he goes, always wear your damn helmet. He's butch. He's cool, right? These days, there would probably be a problem with that, okay? But on the other side of the album, he's talking to adults, okay? And, this is before he's going to make the big jump, the Snake River. And he at one point, he pulls out a poem that he wrote as he's being driven away in an ambulance from the last jump he did over Caesar's Palace, okay? And, anyway, so he pulls out this poem. Now, the guy was probably on so many oxycodones, he rattled when he walked, okay? But he laid in the back of this ambulance. He said, I came up with this, and, I feel it's pretty important. And I don't remember the whole thing, but it says something about, for you to do what I do is not right. For me to do it is not wrong. He goes, when at the end of the day, my crew goes to laugh and play, I go to pray. And I mean, just making himself this so super serious, philosophical, a guy who's jumping things with a motorcycle, okay? And at the time, I ate every bite of it, man. I was like, oh, this guy is so cool. I love Evil Knievel. And then I'm realizing as the years progress, and this comes up because I was watching this documentary about him today, that I said, he created his own identity and made himself this overly serious, iconic, important person who had his 15 minutes of fame and then some. Yeah. And his claim to fame is jumping things with a motorcycle. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't happen anymore. I don't think, with the exception of the Kardashians, I don't think we can ever really get popular for basically doing nothing. It's a shame, really, And I mean, the things that were, my wife told me one time that she had a teacher, okay? And the teacher, I knew what she was talking about when she mentioned it, but another thing in the 70s was they even had a show called That's Incredible, okay? Yeah. And it was these Guinness World Record book type, basically a freak show.
You get them twins on the tiny bikes, you know what I'm saying? Them fat twins on the tiny bikes.
Yeah, and they had the guy who was in the Guinness book for being able to speak the fastest in the world. He could read like the entire Declaration of Independence in like 3 seconds, and they slowed it down and saw that he was actually repeating every word, but he had this way to do it. And they put him in FedEx commercials and did all this shit. Well, my wife, when she was in high school, had this teacher who was one of these people. His thing was, and he was even on Happy Days, the sitcom, because he took a stack of like quarters or pennies and bent his arm back, okay, and placed these on top of his forearm, and then would bend his arm back down, and before the pennies would all scatter and hit the ground, he'd catch every one of them. And it sounds like so what? What's the big deal? But, if you really try to do it, and I could show you what I'm talking about, it's not that easy. And this guy had the record for putting like 75 pennies up there on his forearm and catching them. Huh. And I'm like, and he got a career out of doing this, And I'm like, it just made me think about where we are today. Yeah. And what we consider entertainment on television, and what we consider, reality shows. After 9/11, I heard they had said after 9/11 that, people are going to get tired. At that point, we only had maybe 3 or 4. But they said, now people are going to grow weary of these reality shows.
Yeah, people get sick of it at some point. Yeah, they didn't know what they were fucking talking about.
Look, here's the thing.
They really didn't.
Some people got sick of it. It's just most people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they also thought that, and understandably, they figured after the dose of reality that was 9/11, people were going to be looking for any kind of entertainment that wasn't reality. And yet somehow it tripled and quadrupled the amount. Then you got Real Housewives, and you got, that Survivor show had been on forever. And those Big Brother shows. And that's one thing that I've never bought into. The only reality show that I enjoyed was the one called Face Off because they were doing makeup and they would have a contest to do
That was a
horror makeup.
Dope reality show.
You know.
I'm a notorious slut for reality TV. I love it. I've watched way too much Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Oh, it's one of my favorite little Murky. What up, my dude?
Say hi.
Yeah, I've never.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, I've never seen the Kardashians. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've fucks with Kourtney Kardashian, dude. That's my lady right there. She tough as nails.
Kourtney Kardashian?
Yeah, dude.
I'm not a fan of the Kardashians, but I would.
If you do know that you're crossing a coven of Armenian witches.
Yes.
Yes. They'll have you turned into a woman and left outside with the lollipop in your mouth.
They'll tell you right now that they are continuing the lineage started by the first Armenian witch in American culture, Cher.
Yeah. Hey, and the knock on the front door was not management or a maintenance man. It was a special guest.
I was just creeping. You know how it is. You know how I do.
It was the best door open ever. Oh, thank God.
You know, it's funny. My daughters went to see Cher a couple of years ago in concert. I mean, how many goodbye tours has she had now? You know, but they went to see her.
And, just means goodbye till I see you again. Yeah. Let me set this thing to silence.
Well, my daughters go to see her, and they said the funniest thing was, you know, because Cher's got to be pushing, late 70s or something, and she still looks pretty damn good, you know? And they said, so she comes out on stage wearing some skin-tight suit, and first thing she says is after, hello, everybody, and she goes, so what's your grandma doing tonight? You know, just to say, you know, look at what I'm doing. I'm a fucking grandma, you know? And I was like, oh, good for her, man. You know, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, she's got that skin tone that comes from Countess Bathory.
Transylvania, that's where it comes from.
Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, so this Evel Knievel shit just had me thinking about, you know, the iconic, you know, the heroes.
When I was a kid, I thought Evel Knievel was amazing still. Like, I was a kid in the 80s, and I still was like, Evel Knievel?
Oh, my generation caught his son.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie Knievel.
Robbie.
But like Eldritch Knievel?
Yeah, Robbie Knievel was doing his father's kind of shit.
Well, I mean,
you know? And
when your last name's Knievel, people are gonna expect you to jump shit on a motorbike.
You fucking better.
Yeah, but he was a little smarter. He was a little smarter than his dad, because on 2 occasions, you know, when they come out, they kind of go around the whole area. They're going to be jumping the ramp, you know, and they get wound up a little bit, get the engine revved up, and then when they're finally ready, they hit up that ramp and they go on across. Sometimes they even go up to the top and turn back around and do it a couple more times. And a couple of occasions, Robbie would do all that, get up to the top, say, wind isn't right. Yeah.
There have been multiple live Robbie Knievel events they aired in Arkansas that just were canceled. Like, he did it a few times, like he ran it to the top, exactly like you said, and was just like, fuck this. Fuck this. No, dude, I've seen my dad turn to putty.
Look, you're here to give me a show. I understand there's the specter of maybe death, but I'm not expecting you to just up and kill yourself for $10 a ticket.
Well, his father, when he did that Caesar's Palace, he jumped over the fountains there, and he tells this hilarious story, you know, on this album to the adults about how he got the position to do it, because, you know, he called up 3 times, pretending like he was 3 different people, whether or not it's just a barroom story, and but he did it, and that's the famous piece you can see on YouTube, where when he goes over the ramp, he comes down on the other side, the wheel does something funny. Next thing you know, he's rolling in front of his motorcycle, and it runs over him twice. Okay, and they drag him off, and he ended up being okay, but I mean, I think he cracked his pelvis, bunch of shit, right? And I was like, wow, you know, and I was just yesterday, I was talking about icons from our childhood. I was talking to you about how, you know, the Bionic Woman was an icon from my childhood, one of my heroes, and she turns around and I see this blooper tape of her, you know, saying fuck this and fuck that. And, you know, it just kind of takes the steam out of, like, you know, oh, I thought she was better than that, you know. And then on the other side, though, I'm kind of happy to see she was just a regular human being, like everybody else. She flubs the line, she's gonna get upset. So it's kind of neat, but it's just funny how also you get older, and the stuff I've gotten a hold of toys that I had as a kid, and I have them in my hand now, and I go, I remember this being bigger, but then again, I was smaller, so maybe that's the deal. It balances out.
I have dreams from my childhood memories all the time where I'm tiny, and it is bizarre. And that's normally like my first cue.
Dude, I had the
Derek
most
does
bizarre.
that a lot with food. He'll be like, I swear the Tony's pizzas used to be this big. And I'm like, no, you were just this big.
We got
It was gigantic, like the Great Example.
We got them depression era pieces now. What the fuck?
And all the arcade machines were 20 feet tall.
Yeah, it's like, why are they making everything smaller? And I'm like,
Hey, Ari, can I just say something? I'm not trying to hit on you, but your eyes look amazing.
oh, thank you.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I'm always,
Fun.
I sketch people, so I'm always checking that stuff out.
To address the chat, I pulled up some of the Rittenhouse footage. It's from Shepard Smith. He's showing that the dude, one of the guys he shot, threw a plastic bag.
Hey.
And he shot him.
Do a plastic. What do you mean a plastic? What, he had a bag over the gun?
No. The guy that got shot threw a plastic bag right before he got shot.
Yeah.
Eh?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't he have a bag of something from the grocery store or the convenience store or something?
I mean, I'm wondering.
He might have, in the general context, and I don't know, is Jameson here? I would assume that his lawyer is going to argue that in the general context, dude made a decision because he thought that it was likely a weapon or something like a Molotov cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is if he had something in his hand, they're going to argue that they thought it was a weapon.
Oh, they are most definitely, and I guess if you're a good attorney, this is what you do for a living, but they are most definitely trying to build up something that he had every reason to defend himself. He was running away from a bunch of dudes. A guy did try to swing his skateboard at him and try to hit him with a skateboard. That didn't connect. And then they said another guy jumped up and tried to, drop kick him in the head. And that didn't work out. And as that guy did that, that's when he started shooting.
So you show it's up like all Batman.
Yeah. So then
are gonna punch you.
He really did fall down. According to this video they've been showing 20 times, he falls on his ass, still holding his gun. The guy runs towards him to they go, yeah, let's kick his ass. There he is. And they all run towards him to kick his ass or whatever. And he's scared. So he just starts shooting and he pops the guy in the chest 4 times. Now,
but he was called and told that they were like destroying property and for him to like run over there and do that. Right?
Yeah.
So
wasn't he part of that
you show up somewhere with a group of people with guns with the intentions of watching? I mean, come on.
It's just disgusting that the cops were okay with this kind of situation going down in a lot of different cities. Like this shit.
I think that you have a bunch of cops who were probably fucking terrified.
Yeah.
Because they didn't join up to deal with what seems to them to be armed insurrection. And by that, I mean, that never crossed their mind. Like, I'm not making excuses for fucking anyone. I'm trying to understand human behavior, and that's it.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, they were obviously overwhelmed.
Like whenever it has to do with situations like this, I find myself generally defending people I'd fucking prefer not.
Yeah, Jim Gordon doesn't flip that bat signal unless he's in over his head.
Yeah. No, that's the other thing, like all of these people, their only real knowledge of anything like this throughout the country is what they saw in the media, mostly in LA. And a whole lot of people saw a Korean grocery store that there was no police response to, and they didn't want that to happen to them preemptively. So they called a bunch of people with guns because they're afraid that their livelihood's going to be burned down, and in that context, they're not going to get an insurance payout. If they do, it won't be in any timeful way to save their livelihood. Now, I'm
We
just
talking
saying,
rooftop Koreans?
I'm just saying, like, understand why these people brought force from their perspective without just immediately saying it's because they're all trying to run a Nazi militia. Because let me tell you, you're talking to the guy who believes in all sorts of Nazi militias.
Yeah. Well, it was an emboldened, like, young youth faction, right? That
Well, his mom brought him there. Let's not forget, his mom was there and just as tooled up as he was. He's raised in a culture of it, and then those people basically put out a call for folks to show up and come. Like, he was invited there across fucking state lines, and apparently, technically, didn't break any laws in terms of being there and armed.
No.
Like, and I've looked into it a lot, because when I saw it, I was like, you can't just invite armed people, right? Well, it turns out, as near as I can tell, this guy's probably going to walk, I think.
Yeah.
If his mother brought him there, they keep repeating in the courtroom that he drove himself home.
Yeah.
You know?
I got you. I'm not saying per se that his mom like packed him up and drove him there, or that maybe she did and he just took the vehicle home while she was being detained.
I do want to point out a big difference between a lot of so vigilantism I'll be on the side of. Rooftop Koreans protecting their businesses from a riot, right? That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I see what they're going for there.
But
Having your mommy fill your head with fucking thin blue line ideology and then dropping you off in parking lots to defend public areas.
Well, it wasn't
and
a
then
public
there's
area.
also
Like he may have gone into a public area while chasing people, and I don't know because I wasn't there. This is as I read it.
Yeah.
But he was initially on private property and there to defend a particular business.
Oh yeah,
but
they
there's
still
also
went back to the same
video-
place he had crawled graffiti off of, but it made it out like he went back to patrol two different public areas.
And that's not what I'm seeing going through and timelining it. It doesn't seem that way to me, guys. But we're going to see in this court case. I'm certain that they have an absolute, as accurate as can be legally presented timeline of his movement.
Like, because it read to me that some
they already
honkies had scoped
they showed
out
a video.
2 blocks.
They showed
of
a video
trouble.
of him and another guy are getting waters from the cops.
The cops were giving out water to him. But I will say this too, and dude, I'm not defending any fucking cops. I'm trying to not surprise anybody by what comes out in this court case. That those cops were giving out water to damn near anybody who wanted them.
That is true.
Yeah,
That's true.
but
And,
it's just
the only
funny
people
that
approaching
happened
the
to be-
cops were the fucking thin blue line youthful whites.
Yeah, and that's another thing to keep in mind.
That there was a ideological split in people who were actually approaching for aid from certain people, and vice versa. But again, this is where I think that there's a clear fucking I don't know, because that's like what I had just seen was that he had cleaned up graffiti, left, armed up, went back. Because they had spotted locations that needed protecting.
He had, as I understand it, he cleaned up graffiti that day. That's when they made contact with the business owners who said you should.
Okay, because
that's how I understand that working. Now that doesn't mean that's what happened, guys. That's how I understand what.
Because it's made out in court like he's bounced, like he was there to like patrol fucking spaces where people were protesting.
And he was at a particular gas station to begin with. In the parking lot.
Yeah, and gas stations were places that were being targeted because once those pumps go, if they don't get it under control real quick, then you've got an inferno to deal with. And that's part of the idea of trying to engage as much of the civil services at the same time in a general sort of shutdown of the city.
According to his friend that testified, they were cleaning their graffiti and they met up with some people. They all discussed what they were going to do later that night. They came back to that one spot. I want to say it was like a car rental place, but maybe it wasn't even. Maybe it was a gas station. They said, okay, 7 of you are going to go down that way to that business. 7 of us are going to stay here. And then that's pretty much all the kid told them.
And they're supposed to be affiliated with the Proud Boys.
Yeah.
That's what they were.
Well, I'm going to see, like Sunbeam Farm said in the chats, not a crime to open carry, not siding with the Trump mobsters. He was basically LARPing as a Proud Boy and shit got real. And that seems all accurate to me.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I helped solidify it personally, helped to solidify and bring open carry to Arkansas by open carrying, which I don't really suggest to people because I think it's a terrible tactical decision for you, right?
Yeah.
But I also don't suggest people go out in public and speak their mind about things that are considered problematic. It's also why we have free speech, right? So I'm fine to secure an extension of a right to ensure that right is secured, even if I don't think it's the best expression of it.
Hey, Special, let me ask you a quick question, okay? There's this famous case that I've only heard repeated to me where it's always been illegal to carry weapons around, like, your capitals or your state capitol buildings or what have you, or courthouses. And I think it wasn't always, but what happened was some story about, I think it was the Black Panthers who showed up in like LA.
It was in '68, and in fact, them doing that and open carrying loaded long guns because they found that they could do that legally in California still was what led to the modern gun control movement, with Reagan heading it as governor of California. Like, and this is one of the reasons that I'm pro open carry. I'm also pro getting to a damn situation in America where nobody really feels like they need to fucking open carry. Right? I don't think America is going to get to a point where where a contingent of people, including myself, don't feel they need to conceal carry. But the feeling, the urge to needing to display your gun and have it immediately ready. It'd be nice to get past that.
When we first moved to Carolina, I had never seen examples of that in the wild, okay? And the first time the wife and I walked into a place called Five Below or something, it's like a dollar store type thing, there was a man and woman that were both strapped, man. I mean, they had fucking cannons on, okay? And they weren't in uniforms. They weren't in any kind of uniform. They were regularly dressed folks. But, I mean, they had these fucking huge fucking cannons on, and I tapped the wife. I said, "Check that out."
What era was that?
Dodge City, man. It's like hee haw hell here.
What era was that?
That was 2015. When we first moved here.
Yeah. No, that follows to me, man. Especially if they were older. You had a lot of people who, when they started carrying, it was still under the ban. So the idea then was, well, if I can't carry a lot of bullets, I'm going to carry the biggest damn ones I can in 10.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, it was in Raleigh, North Carolina, and these cats didn't look any older than us, and they're standing there just strapped, man. I mean, I just never seen anything like it in real life except for cops wearing guns.
Right. Well, and if and here's the thing, like I would rather personally be normalized to citizens carrying a 1911 that I can see, versus cops toting around fucking machine guns wearing body armor all the time. That full level of militarization has a psychological effect in the same way that on you had a psychological immediate defense reaction upon seeing firearms. Like, guys, they're just a fact of life. They're an ugly fact of life, just like the fucking cars. Like, I love cars and I hate cars, and they kill more kids than anything else, period.
But people can make them out of dirt.
Yeah, but people can make them out of fucking dirt. Like you're trying to control 120-year-old technologies.
It's best they get something new and safe, period. That's my view on that.
Like, the only way out is through, guys, and we got to get through hating each other so fucking much we feel the need to carry a gun all the time, until it gets to the point that it's like, well, urban problems and rural problems are urban and rural crime problems, and if you're still poor enough that you're living in an area with poverty, you're going to have poverty problems. That includes violent crime. That's part of it. Let's hope we can do something about all this fucking poverty so there's no impetus toward violent crime to survive.
when I first got married, we were in Florida, and we started going to this gun range. We went a couple of times, and it was an inside gun range. You rent the bullets, you rent the gun, and we had a good time. And, you know, to be honest, it was a little sexy. We had seen this movie called Thief of Hearts, where the guy is kind of holding the woman and how to hold the gun while standing behind her, you know. And I had been with my uncle a couple of times in Richmond, and he had a Magnum, and it was fantastic. I hit myself in the face with it because I tried to be a badass and, you know, do the sideways and everything. And he goes, "You're not gonna like that, man." And I shot it, and it popped back at my face and gave me a black eye. But so by the time I got my wife, you know, we were a little bit better at it. And, you know, I was all up behind her, you know, showing her how to shoot. And we had a good time. It's a turn on. Okay. And that was it. Okay. But I still think about when I watched Reagan and that assassination attempt that time. Okay. It was on my birthday. Yeah. I come home from school. I'm watching the replay over and over.
It was on your birthday.
What was amazing. Yeah, March 30th of 81, I believe it was. And I know it was March 30th, but anyway. So I come home from school. I turn on the TV. You know, I was a latchkey kid, so nobody home. And this shit's going on. And what amazed me was every time now when I see the Secret Service jogging beside the car, you know, like in the line of fire of Clint Eastwood, you know, you see all those Secret Service dudes around. Okay, what you didn't know, or what I didn't know at the time, was when the shit got real, and as soon as, you know, it comes out, you know, gun, you know, and the guy's shooting, they jump on top of the president, which I expected, but one of them's wearing a business suit, right? You don't even see where this would have been possible, but from out of that business jacket, this dude pulls out an Uzi, right?
Yep. Yeah, pulls out a straight fucking Uzi. No, I know that photograph, and I love it, man. Mm-hmm. Like that dude immediately pulls out an Uzi, sticks up one finger, and says, "Hey, everybody, I am in control of this situation now."
Yeah. I mean, they had shot James Brady. They had shot at Reagan and wounded him. And, you know, meanwhile, this guy is standing above everybody atop of the pile, and he pulls out this Uzi. And all I was thinking was, by that time, it was, you know, Chuck Norris movies and shit, right? I was like, dude's got an Uzi. That's badass, right?
Dude,
you know? So
you want a conspiracy theory related to that assassination?
What's that?
They were going to use... They expected Carter to win a second time, and they were going to use that setup on him, and then Bush decided he was going to take the presidency. Like, it's the same time, like, Lennon gets shot almost immediately beforehand. Their goal is to get rid of all these Ring of Fire gun manufacturers that basically are competition for the gun manufacturers that Bush is invested in.
Really?
That's my theory.
Because, well, I watched that movie Fahrenheit 9/11, right? Mm-hmm. And they showed, I'll never forget this part, and not to bore you guys, but they showed how Bush was, you know, Bush Sr. was part of that Carlyle group. And the Carlyle group also was in business with, what's his name? Bin Laden, the Bin Laden family. Okay. And the day that the shit went down, okay, besides warplanes, the only other plane that was up in the air was the plane taking the Bin Ladens back to where they lived.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. You might also find the Bayaris were involved.
Wow. Okay.
But here's one. Did you know that George Bush, that Bush's son, fucking W. Bush's brother, had an appointment to meet with Hinckley's brother the next night? Their families go way back.
You talking about Jeb Bush?
Not Jeb. Who's the one that they never fucking talk about? The guy that like hasn't. He's the oldest Bush brother.
Yeah, the one that can never fucking. Yeah, fuck.
But yeah, he had an appointment with Hinckley's brother the next night because those families have been, like, Hinckley's family was deeply involved in Texas politics.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Because I saw that Michael Moore movie, and that talked all about the Carlyle group, and that was
the Carlyle group isn't anything anymore. Now it's fucking Vanguard and BlackRock, and Vanguard owns half of BlackRock.
That is.
So yeah, they've kept folding the Carlyle group into other companies. Now they control Vanguard, and Vanguard owns about 40% of every major company out there. They own 40% of Coca-Cola, own 40% of Pepsi, which means that Coke and Pepsi aren't really competing. They're both working in tandem to make money for Vanguard.
There's a conspiracy.
Well, let me jump 2 spaces on that, okay? One space is that's sort of like that back in the day, and they made it as a thumbnail, so it was like clickbait, but it was a real story. They were like, did you know that Marvel and DC Comics basically worked together? And the details were that back in the day, in the 30s and 40s, Marvel and DC had the same distributor. So technically, you're talking about the same people were putting out both companies' magazines. That's one thing. The other thing is, going back to toys, okay, I always say I'll walk into a Toys R Us when I'm 50 years old, okay? I don't care, because I love toys, all right? So, especially after that report today about that weirdo, right? I was like, hey, man, we're not all bad people, okay? But anyway.
Oh, the brass dolls guy. No, hey, I'm an action figure fucking nut.
My guy, I collect toys from my childhood, too. Not so much like toys. Like, I don't want to say I don't collect dolls. It's not like that. But I totally get where you're coming from. Like, I'm the guy that's collected all the high-dollar fucking 8-bit computer shit that he wanted when he was 10.
I am from the school of reduction, though. So, like, I am the same guy who will collect action figures, hold on to them for years, and the moment one of my kids is like, can I have that? I'm like, cut its throat.
Oh, yeah. Here. Well, also, I'm one of these guys that I'll collect a full set, then flip it. It's like, I like the chase better than the catch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Special guest is hooked on the sales game. He's got a knack for sales, too. And
Mr. Spock said one time that, the wanting is far more desirable than the actual having.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Once I've got it, right? I mean, I've got it. I went through the whole process. I did the part that was enjoyable. Somebody else doesn't want to go through that process. They want the thing, and now they've got a fucking curated set.
Yeah.
My natural state is to build a goblin form.
My all-time want was from this Bionic Woman show, actually. I had every figure back then, but the one that was not released as wide because they were about to end that whole thing anyway, because Star Wars came into it. But in 76, they released a bad guy for the Bionic Woman called a Fembot. Okay, not like Austin Powers, though.
Yeah,
and these were... They even, in the show, they even copied Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, and sent in a robot copy of her, and she had to fight it and all that shit. Well, anyway, that figure I never got until like 40 years later. I find it on eBay and I got a good deal. But what I was going to mention about toys, going back to politics, okay, and I didn't know this either until I watched a documentary on the rise and fall of Toys R Us, okay, and how it started out in World War II being a candy store, and then it morphed into baby furniture, and then it morphed into all the toys we know of, and then they introduced Jeffrey in the late 60s, and the whole thing took off. Well, anyway, when they went bankrupt, okay, the company that came in and bought it, it's a company that we all have heard of, and the reason being for hearing of it is because it's, I can't remember the name, but Mitt Romney owns it, okay, is it part of this corporation, and their whole thing...
Yeah.
What is it?
No, I know it, but the psychologically, your phrasing put a negative hallucination in my mind. Now I can't remember it. Don't take that wrong. We all do it to each other all the time.
Yeah. Well, once they went bankrupt, and they got this company that their whole job is they're like vultures that come in and tear apart companies.
Yeah, they just asset strip them and flip them.
It's just like Gordon Gekko in Wall Street, how he was going to take Martin Sheen's airline and rip it up like that. It's the same type of thing. You know,
same type
Charlie
of
Sheen.
I've got one for you.
Had to go begging.
You know Sega, like the Sega Genesis?
Yeah.
Do you know what Sega is short for?
No.
Service games. They initially started off being a gaming company that dealt with on air base games and on army base games in Japan and all throughout Asia, right? And they were the ones who were making sure that the cigarette machines were there and the pinball machines were there and all that stuff. They started off as functionally servicing the U.S. military.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's funny because I just watched something like that about the rise of Atari, okay, and how the guy who created Atari created that what do you call it, the sticks and the little square back in Pong. Yeah. And he created a Pong machine, and tried to put it into, this guy was
Nolan
like some
Bushnell.
dynamic, magnetic type of guy who's a real personality, and you know, he was filthy rich, liked to do with cocaine, and seems like a cool dude. And he was the one who perfected that Pong game, and then came up with the idea of getting it put into bars and things.
Well,
And that's
hey,
when it
you just
took
sort
off.
of told the secret story of it, man. That guy's Nolan Bushnell, and you mentioned the thing nobody does, which is that he liked cocaine in the 70s. Like, we think of it as a 70s drug, but it's really a late 70s, 80s drug. Where's he getting all his cocaine in the early 70s? Yeah. You know, I have long thought, and this sort of ties back to that whole Polybius narrative, that Atari started off, and Atari had links with the U.S. government. They created a tank trainer simulation for them, right?
That's right.
That Atari started off being one of these hidden corporations that had access to a bunch of secret tech. And then at some point, when Atari got too big and people were looking into it, they flipped it over into Sega. Now, you look at Sega in the 80s and 90s, man, like, Nintendo really hedges their bets. Only occasionally do they make something as dumb as the Virtual Boy, right?
That's true.
But Sega was always doing shit. They had 3D glasses for their 8-bit system. You know?
Yeah.
Like, they were always leading the edge on that, especially in Japan. They had dial-in networking and playing online in the late 80s.
Well, who gave us that bullshit Power Glove thing?
That was Nintendo again, but I'll tell you what, it was a shit control. Like, me, you, anybody who likes games, it was a shit controller. From a marketing perspective, that and the fucking robot sold NESs.
I remember the robot.
Yeah, the
I just
robot
watched
sold the
video
first
of
wave,
some
the
guy-
Power Glove and Fred Savage sold the second wave, and that established dominance along with their marketing techniques. But Sega ruled the rest of the world, man. Everywhere but Japan or America.
Okay, well, look, let me interject this little thing that connects to that, and I promise you I'll take off. There's the models I like to do. Okay, in 1960s, the company was called Aurora. Okay, and they still have slot racing cars. Okay, with the tracks and everything.
Yeah,
and Aurora slot. Wait a minute, I'm getting a feedback of some kind. The Aurora slot car racing is still popular. Okay. But the model kits they did in the 60s and 70s were all these, you know, Frankenstein, Dracula, and all that shit, right? So in 76, their company is bought out by Nabisco, okay? Nabisco were selling cookies, and they had just put out all these kits called Monster Scenes, okay? Aurora did. And they were a scantily clad Vampirella and a scantily clad lady called the Victim, which I've showed you. Okay, that instantly got them into hot water.
Yeah.
Plus, they did a comic book ad. In all the comic books, you'd see an ad for these models, and it would say, "Put the X in excitement." Right?
Well, dude, and that was back during the first real big satanic panic.
Mm-hmm. And parents said, "What the fuck?" And they made models of a hanging cage, a hanging tree, an electric chair. Okay. And
so they were the EC Comics of models.
Excuse me?
They were like the EC Comics of models.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were advertising their model kits in the backs of all these comic books of the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can still go pick up these issues, and they have these ads in them. And some of us model fans on these pages on Facebook, they'll reprint these ads, and they show the kid putting together the Vampirella and the Dr. Deadly and the Victim, and they're showing them placing her on a pendulum so she's going to get cut in half. Right. They made a model of a guillotine. They made a model kit of a guillotine. It stood about a foot tall, and you'd push the little button, and the guy's head would get lopped off, and it would roll into the basket. Okay,
that's sick.
They called it Madame Tussauds guillotine. Okay, based on the wax museum, you know.
Right.
Yeah. And it sold shitloads. Right. Nobody had a problem with the guillotine. Okay. Nobody had a problem with it. But it was in the 70s when they put out the rest of the torture stuff, okay? They have a dungeon, they have a spike cage you put people in, and all these things they made. Nabisco said, "No, we're getting in too much shit over this."
Yeah.
So they closed it down. And I just thought and now they've redone them all. You can buy them now again, They cost a little more than they used to. They used to be about $1 a piece. Now they're like $15. But nobody bats an eyelash now. You know, we've got stuff like The Walking Dead now, and
and that's like just on normal TV.
Exactly. So a model kit of somebody hanging from a tree, nobody bats an eyelash. You know?
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck now, especially post kind of like Gen X fucking breaking the hymen on all things taboo visually. Like,
well, the funny thing is, okay, they when they got yelled at the first time, okay, when the controversy started, they said, you can't call. Let me turn this on for a second. I want to show you something.
Marketing
I want to show you something real quick, guys.
Oh hell yeah!
I promise I'll get out of here. Hold on.
Oh, you're good.
Where
Marketing companies, I think, saw that like Gen X kids, their parents,
check this out,
aren't really censoring shit as hard as the previous generation.
This is the victim model. Okay, right. She's called the victim. You can see she's kind of ample there, bosom and everything, right? Okay, they made her, and they made this guy here, and he's called Dr. Deadly. Okay, and Dr. Deadly, with all the blood stains I added, Dr. Deadly was supposed to terrorize that chick there. Well, they got mad calling her the victim, so they changed her name to Dr. Deadly's daughter, which made it even worse, if you ask me. I mean, you know, so now you got this guy doing all this shit to his own kid, right?
Yeah.
And so they finally they took the remaining stock and they sent it all over to Canada, and that's why it's worth a fortune now. The original shit. Right? But yeah,
I sort of feel like we have echoes of that in the modern era to a degree. Like, I'm sort of half terrified at some point that me and a buddy of mine and all my friends, really, that we're in a band called Queen Beast are going to get canceled. Because, like, the first song on our record was called Her Name Was Victim. You know? It's, we've got a different form of that. You know, I was just thinking about that. Like, I could see a lot of that nobody would have issue with. But once you've got somebody in a tree, suddenly, because there's a negative potential racial interpretation there, people might flip out, you know? Or because that person's name was victim, you're dehumanizing them. We're seeing, to my mind, sort of a simple, or a similar type of panic, like moral panic happen now in that sense that's based more on thought crime than actually showing anything gross.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, see, in the 70s, my grandma collected dolls too. And she had a doll that I used to be fascinated with that was called, and this raised a bunch of controversy, it was called Growing Up Skipper. And she was Barbie's little sister. And what
I
you
vaguely
do is
remember Skipper. Like, I vaguely remember at least reading about it.
Well, you would twist Skipper's arm. Okay, now they made a bunch of Skippers, but this particular one, the Growing Up Skipper, was the feature was you twist her arm and her boobs would pop out. Okay,
that's right.
And she'd go from being a little girl, and there was also some kind of hold on. There was also some sort of little mechanism inside of her leg, so at the same time her boobs popped out, she'd grow an inch. Okay, an inch taller, and you'd go from this little mini skirt, you'd wrap on this longer skirt. When she became an adult, I would have thought to be the opposite, but oh, that's just, I'm a sexist pig. So yeah, so she Growing Up Skipper became like this like controversial thing. Then Archie Bunker from All in the Family, he had a grandson named Joey, okay, and they made a baby doll, and it was the first baby doll to ever be anatomically correct. Okay? And that was 1975, and you would give it to.
Well, no, the 70s were a weird time in that, because, you know, they were much like today. They're trying to push body acceptance, but it's 50 fucking years ago, right? With a lot less eye concept of how these things may or may not be bad for people, or for growing people. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, and you'd give this kid some water, and it would actually pee on you. Okay, and little girls were buying the hell out of this thing. And then, you know, you flash forward to the 80s, it didn't even have any controversy about it. It was just those cute little Cabbage Patch dolls. But more than one pregnant woman lost their kid because they were you know, people stomped on them trying to get to these dolls at like a store opening. Toys R Us opened their doors at like 5 a.m. and these pregnant women miscarried because they were trampled on, you know?
Yeah, I remember Cabbage Patch Dolls being the first sort of like insane Black Friday crowd imagery I was ever exposed to.
People are fighting.
Yeah. They really didn't do that again, as far as my memory goes. That didn't happen again until Elmo.
I grew up watching people fight for Elmo. Like a motherfucker.
And then of course, there's been reports of like people robbing people in the parking lot of a Toys R Us because they had managed to get the Xbox. And somebody else wanted it, and they're fighting in the parking lots and robbing each other of these Xboxes. And I don't know, man. It was never anything like that when I was a kid. We had controversial stuff, but it was never anything where there was a run on the store, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what changed in society to cause those things to start happening, but it almost seems like it's annual now.
Everybody views their neighbor as a potential rival now.
Yeah.
Like nobody, for all the calls to want to have a more community organized and oriented society, everyone still treats their neighbor as a rival or as a potential political enemy. To me, it's very Orwellian, and I think that this is sort of symptomatic of that too. Now, there are people who will say, "Oh, this is symptomatic of capitalism," I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, but I would say, I think that you only see this type of behavior for some reason, or these things like game consoles or big status symbol items under capitalism in the way that you see fights in a bread line historically under communism. Like, I don't think either of them are good. I think both are probably an expression of the most negative aspects of either ideology. But I'm an individualist, so I'm probably going to lean toward free trade.
Well, what was the story, just, going away from toys, of course, what was the story about a week and a half ago, if that, where somebody, was shot due to, it was like, those things they call Karens all the time, and these Karens go into places and raise hell and act entitled. Yeah. And in this case, a guy shot a guy over something like this, like vaccines or something like that.
Right. So I think it was over a mask.
What's that?
I think it was over a mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't fathom another time that like we're having now. And as a matter of fact, we're not going to have any of these toy people trying to, knock the doors down to get these toys, because last year and this year both are years where, because of the pandemic, store, what do you call them? Shipping containers are costing, 4 and 5 times as much. Okay.
10.
I mentioned
10. It went from 1,100 to 9,800 per shipping container.
Yeah, and see, here we used to have a urinalysis twice a week, and they've had to cut it down to once a week, because I was looking at these huge boxes that they get these cups. The cups we pee in have a strip on the side.
Yeah, and they're basically just shipping a bunch of air.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, these cups were going. I mean, the guy who runs the place tells me they cost him $1.25 each, and now they're costing him like $2.75 each. So we've had to conserve. So we're only doing the urinalysis once a week, and the shipping, to get a shipping container full of these things is costing 3 and 4 dozen times as much, and that's even affecting the model business. Yeah, the model kits I like. They were supposed to put out a new model of the Fly, from the 50s movie. That Fly had been developed and created about 6 months ago, and we were supposed to get it by the end of September, and now they're saying it's going to be maybe March of next year before we even see it here, because things are so backed up. They can't even get enough cardboard to print the boxes.
Yeah. Well, China right now, China's energy is 65% coal. They got in a trade war with Australia and stopped taking their coal, left like 40 ships filled with coal in their harbor, and refused to let them dock for a year. No joke. Right? Well, that's caused them to only have 3 or 4 days of on-hand energy at any one time. They're having to deal with brownouts. They're in the middle of a power play between Xi Jinping and the last head of the Communist Party. So China's super fucked right now, and we all base our economies on them delivering stuff immediately.
Yeah. No, it's nothing. I mean, even the most minute thing, the unimportant thing, like a model kit's not that important in the big scheme of things. But it just fascinates me that something that was supposed to be available last month is not going to make it here until like the middle of next year. That's how far
they're having the same issue with like electronics. Over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, the Chinese have really pushed like design your own electronics products, and we'll print up the boards for super cheap and print and ship them to you. Well, they can't. Like these projects now are suddenly 6 to 8 months, if not 18 months out. Well, in the electronics industry, you're dead.
Well, funny you should mention that. One of my friends here, he's trying to get a new car. He wanted to get a new car, and he doesn't want to get one now because he's saying something about how the electronic keys that you need or something for the car to program the car, or like the what's the little card, the chip that's in your telephone. It's similar to that. This little SIM card. And apparently, the car dealerships companies aren't delivering those little cards you need, okay, or in the keys or something, and so they've got all these old cars from this year sitting on the lot, or the 2020s, and they don't have what they need with them. So they're giving them to you cheap, but they're pretty much useless.
Yeah,
what they're saying.
No, and a lot of the newer models don't have infotainment centers in them. Don't have a lot of stuff like that. Like, guys, I'm driving a 98 refresh of a 92 car that was made in 2010. Like, I suggest that if you need a car, you try and get something with the least electronics, not the most.
Shout out Stan Odie in the chat. He said he would have stomped a grandma out for a PS4 back in the day. I would too.
He's not alone, apparently. You know, I mean, people are killing each other for a fucking Elmo.
Well, yeah, dude. Last year we were burning the country down because we were mad at each other. Yeah. Next year we might be doing it because we don't have food.
Before we strayed too far from action figures, I had to write it down. I have an idea, and I want to do a run, 500 limited edition run with McFarlane Toys. I want a Jamie Lee Curtis True Lies
with action pelvis. Yes, please.
With action pelvis.
With articulated pubis.
With straight up, like, she does the grindy grind. Like, you move an arm and it does the grindy grind. I want it so
well, listen,
bad.
I don't want to offend the ladies out there, so I'm not going to be graphic about this, and I hate to sound like one of those misogynistic, I think you say, but I have to say, I had a debate with a friend of mine the other day because we were talking about Jamie Lee Curtis, and he said he's loved her since Halloween, and one of the things he loved about her was her boobs, okay?
Right.
And I was just informing him, I knew this for a fact, I said, well, you know, she bought her boobs much later in life, okay? She didn't have those in Halloween. And he goes, yes, she did. And I know this for a fact because Jamie Lee Curtis is such a decent personality, and she's so real that she was talking to somebody and explained that she knew she was going to do a topless scene in the movie Trading Places, okay, with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. And she's at a mirror and she disrobes, okay? And that's the first time she said the new puppies were on display. Okay? And so I proved this to my friend who was like, no, man, she never did that. I'm like, she said it herself, bro. You know, I mean, I pride myself on knowing a little bit about celebrities and shit, okay?
Yeah,
I'm telling
exactly.
you, okay? She did. And he goes, when? And I said, go look at Trading Places, man. And I go, those are not the same Jamie Lees that you saw in Halloween. And you didn't really see him in Halloween anyway, but I mean, you know, he just assumed she was hot. And I said, that's not all her, man. You know, just like I love Jennifer Tilly, you know, from Child's Play. You know,
well, Jenny Tilly, that's We want to talk. Me discovering I could get erections. Pam Grier, Jennifer Tilly.
Well, Well,
the
the
roll in the
interesting-
hay scene from Young Frankenstein. Shout out Terry Garr.
There you are, yeah.
No, dude, I think from the moment that I was aware as a human being, I knew that I was sort of subconsciously in love with Joan Jett.
Oh, word.
Like, yeah, it's just
She always
the
scared me.
whole time, just Joan Jett.
See, I'm a pacifist by
Well,
nature.
she
She
wouldn't have-
scared me.
She wouldn't have cared for you, though.
I want to be.
Yeah, no, it sort of broke my heart when I found out when I was older that I was like, nah, as long as Joan Jett's happy.
She feeds Miley Cyrus.
Put on a
every
hell
time
of a
she sees
show
her.
when I saw her in 08.
I've never gotten the chance to see her. I've talked to multiple people that have seen her, and I've never heard anybody say that she ever gave anything but a good show.
Well, I was in love with not Meg Tilly. I mean Jennifer Tilly, but her sister
Meg Tilly.
Okay, she was in Psycho 2.
Yeah,
and then she did a remake of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And in that movie,
That's right, she is
comes
in
out
that.
of a closet. She comes out of a closet, literally. She walks out of a closet, having been made. Now she's one of those. What do they call them in Invasion of the Body? A pod.
Yeah,
she
pod
becomes
people.
one of the pod people, and she comes out of the closet without a stitch on, and walks into the room and is all calm and says like, "Hello, how are you?"
Dude, that's
And I
the
said,
Donald
"I love
Sutherland
her."
one, right?
And then no. This was another remake they did. Instead of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, they did the original one, then they did the Donald Sutherland. Then in the 90s, they did one where they just called it like either Invasion or Pod People, but it was yet another take on that. Okay?
Right.
This one took place on like an Air Force base. Okay, and if you look up Meg Tilly, you'll see it. But after that movie, she just disappeared. Okay, and
I think she became Jennifer Tilly's personal assistant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what happened. Because I actually
think
thought
I could be wrong, but I think she did.
Started working for the sexiest voice in the game. Good lord. That's probably what did it to me. As a youth.
I like Adrienne Barbeau.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Adrienne Barbeau in The Fog. When she's doing that radio station, she goes, "You're talking to WK," and I was like, "Oh my god!" I didn't even understand at the time. I'm like, "That is hot for some reason,"
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to be too much of a pig, lady. Sorry, but yeah, and of course, my first crush ever in a movie was Nova, the mute lady from the Planet of the Apes. With Charlton Heston, and she's wearing the little fur bikini. That was like, oh my god.
I
then,
still have oddly sexual dreams that I'm wearing nothing but the top half of a Dr. Zayas costume and I'm just poking on her. Still a dream I have. There's no secrets here.
Yeah, I have heard about this. That wasn't off the cuff. He's
not
had
off
those
the
dreams.
He's known about him for like 12 years. It's a dream I have. Like when girls say like you want to get freaky with it, I do this. I pat myself and say out loud, I don't have a Dr. Zayas costume.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say one thing. I had a dream a couple years ago, and I woke up and told the wife about it because she's cool about this stuff. As a story I told you a while back, but anyway, she's very cool about stuff. So I woke up and I told her, you won't believe this, and you guys wouldn't know her, but there was a girl who used to be at our church that I took off from, and I told you why. That she was the head singer of the council, the church, what do they call it, the worship team, right? Anyway, and real church lady, and she was cute, she was pretty, and I had this dream one night for some reason after watching a few seasons of that, the Handmaiden. Okay, Handmaid's Tale.
Oh god!
And
Oh god!
Yeah.
I woke up the wife and I said, "Hey, I just had a dream that Jamie was wearing a handmaid uniform and I was one of those generals." I said, I don't know. And we hadn't been to church for a year or so at that point. I don't, your mind just does all kinds of weird shit. And then I had a dream that I was driving around in the Batmobile with Adam West, okay, in regular clothes, and we were just shooting the shit. As much as I love movies,
I
people
just
think
realized that I
movies.
can't imagine Adam West driving any other vehicle, actually. Like, I can't, in my head, I can't put him in a fucking Volvo or some shit. It's that Batmobile, it's open top. He's like in a gray suit that's a little rumply. It doesn't matter. It's still just... That's all he
No,
can
he was
drive.
in a,
That's not his everyday driver.
he was in a sweater, like a old guy's sweater vest, okay, driving in a car with me, and he turned to me and he goes, "So, you want to go and get some coffee, you old chum?" And I was like, "Sure, Adam, yeah, it sounds great." He goes, "Let's go." And we headed to a Starbucks, and we got coffee, and then I woke up. I have no idea. And,
What in the
and then I had
Brazilian
a friend
roast
of
is
mine.
this, Batman?
I had a friend of mine who told me he loves Star Trek and he always wished he had a Star Trek dream. But the only dream he ever had was his alarm clock was going off. And he said when he awoke from the alarm, he was sitting up already and his fingers were on the alarm clock and he was leaning in to say, "Kirk here." And he knew he was doing that, you know, and I said, "Well, there you go." And I had a dream the other night, okay, since I've been here and since I'm trying to be sober, okay, and they say this is a normal occurrence, okay, I don't know. But, you know, you can have these using dreams, you know, like you're getting high or something. I had a dream that, and I think it's because I had watched you guys taking a couple bong hits on here, which doesn't bother me, okay, it doesn't trigger me or anything. Some people tell you don't even want to go to the grocery store and pass the beer aisle because you might get weak, right? That shit doesn't bother me, okay? So when you take a bong hit, I'm like, hey, have one for me. But I had this dream the other night that me and somebody, don't know who, couldn't remember, but we were passing a joint back and forth, right? So my eyes popped open like Dracula in his box, and I set up, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be so much trouble. Today is a piss test too. What am I going to do? And then it took me a few seconds. Well, it took me a few seconds to go, dude, you're laying in bed, man. Wait, it's 3 a.m. I'm like, oh shit. Oh, thank God. You know, and that stuck with me all day, you know? And I had another dream that this guy we had here who had cerebral palsy, and he drives around a little scooter, right? Mm-hmm. They ended up throwing him out. He had a lot of problems and, you know, sadly, you know, a lot of emotional type problems. So he's gone. But I had a dream. His name was Chad, and he literally sounded like this. He'd go, "Hey, buddy, how you doing, buddy?" So I had a dream that Chad and me and another guy who's got his shit together, they like to golf, okay? And even Chad, he was a handicap champion for 2 years in a row. So I had this dream that we're all golfing, and we're passing around a bottle of moonshine. And when Chad would drink the moonshine, he would suddenly be able to walk just like anybody else. So he's guzzling it down. He goes, "Look, John, I can walk just like you." And I was like, that's great. So I had a couple of swigs, but everybody asked me when I tell them, they go, "Did you feel it? Did you get a buzz?" I woke up before I felt anything. So it was just weird. And that time I woke up, I wasn't.
To me every time I get high. Yeah. Oh, see, Eric is a big spoon because she's a soldier. Real quick, John B., you ever been the little spoon?
What does that mean?
You ever in a snuggle? Yep. She ever been on back like Yoda, holding you?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Special guest Stan Odie had the question.
Oh yeah. But I move around constantly because I feel like my skeleton's a little too big for my body.
Yeah.
I should have answered you like Sylvester Stallone and said, "Why, is that a proposal?"
You trying to be Little Spoon, John? It get cold where you're at.
Tango and Cash, man, one of my favorites. Kurt Russell with that gorgeous head of hair.
Okay,
Sylvester.
hold on.
See,
I've thought about this a while. Who do you cast if you're doing a modern remake of Tango and Cash?
Oh, that's easy. If I can remember his fucking name, Bradley Cooper, and oh shit, I can't think of who would do the Stallone though. You know, it'd have to be somebody who's going around now, and everybody I like is already old as Stallone. So there you go.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I know that if they did greenlight it, it's gonna be a fucking Vin Diesel joint. Like that's what's gonna happen. That's not who I'd cast, but that's what's gonna happen.
It's gonna be a Vin Diesel joint.
Yeah.
They keep talking about the $6 million man, okay? And every time I've heard about it lately, it's always been connected to Marky Mark, right? And I just pray to God he doesn't play the $6 million man, right? He's going to go, "Hey, look at all the crunches I could do, bro. I can do all these crunches, bro. Check it out. I can run 60 miles an hour, bro." And I just don't want it, Okay, he fucked up the Planet of the Apes enough.
Man,
okay?
who would I cast as Steve Austin? Shit.
Fuck.
Well, see, I already have this, and here's the funny thing about it. You know, I told you a long time ago I like to sit around and cast stuff. I used to do it with my son. Well, my wife was watching that Grey's Anatomy show, right? So I got into it.
Yeah.
And there was a doctor on there who's the baby doctor. So if you don't watch the show, it wouldn't mean shit to you, because I can't remember the actor's name. But the guy played a baby doctor named Kev. Okay, Kev, somebody, that's his character. And he looked to me like a young Lee Majors, okay, or at least what they do nowadays. So he was perfect. Well, the funny thing was, in a later episode, the Bionic Woman, Lindsay Wagner, plays his mother. So I was like, perfect. You know, there you go. So, you know, so that told me I was doing the right thing. But what I wanted to say quickly was, you know, I can talk shit about, you know, oh, well, she has nice boobs and this and that. But I'm also, okay, comfortable enough with my sexuality that I have developed several man crushes, okay, in the movies. All right. And I want to mention this one because I hardly have any of the names up. I'd have to be watching the movie and say, that guy, man, he's hot. So my son shows me a dude from Broadway named Josh Young. Okay. And what they do on Broadway, you know, and he's gay, my son, so he knows all the Broadway shit. I mean, I'm not to be stereotyping, but it just seems to me that, you know, Judy Garland and Broadway seem to be popular with the gay guys. Anyway, so he shows me this video.
He's a man of taste. So, that's no problem. Yeah.
So he shows me this video of this guy doing a song for the Tonys based on he's doing a Jesus Christ Superstar, and he's playing what's his name, Judas, and he's singing to God. You know, was that truly power, or was that just good PR, right? And this guy is wearing the tightest pair of pants I can ever. I mean, you can walk up to him and go, "Oh, you're Catholic, okay?" And he's wearing some tight pants. And his name's Josh Young, and he looks like he could play Superman, okay? And so he did a version of a song called "Bring On the Men," which is from Dr. Jekyll, my favorite Broadway show, Dr. Jekyll, and it's a prostitute in a real story is singing it about how let's bring on the men, the fun will never end. So they have something called Broadway Backwards, okay? And every once in a while, they'll do all these songs that are made popular by women, but they'll have guys doing it, you know? Yeah. So this guy was singing "Bring On the Men," and it's on YouTube. You ought to check it out. It's just a great piece. But anyway, so that was one guy. But then I'm watching, if you've seen Green Lantern with Ryan Reynolds, piece of shit, okay? Piece of shit. Now, my wife will tell you, you know, Ryan Reynolds could do no wrong. And I'm like, okay, yeah, he's hot, but
say the same thing. Yeah, she also likes his
attitude.
But
not. Okay.
I would not say the same thing. Poor Alanis.
Well, let me ask you while you're sitting here, Ari. There's these two lines on a dude, okay, that start up above the, like, you know, after your six-pack, after the six-pack, you have these lines. Well, good-looking guys do. These muscular dudes, these lines where it looks like the leg is hooked to the hip, right?
Yeah.
And so these two lines run down to the privates, right? And when you're in real buff shape,
have those.
you see
too thick.
You see those. No, I never either. But like, you take a guy like the guy who plays Superman, okay, Henry Cavill or whatever. He's got a picture where he's in a towel and the towel's practically falling off. And my wife goes, "That's what I'm talking about. Those two lines, right?" So she looks for that. And Ryan Reynolds had them. But what I'm talking about is,
I call it the usher cut.
The
usher cut.
Okay. Well, I'm a straight guy anyway, so I'm not looking at that much. But what does get me is when a guy has well done hair and, you know, metrosexual I am. And so there's a dude. If you ever saw a movie where Jodie Foster gets on a plane and they take her kid and try to convince her, they gaslight her that she never had a kid and that, you know, the kid died.
No, I have not heard about this. That's wild.
And she's running around this plane and she's trying to get everybody's attention going, "Where's my kid?" The kid's about 5 years old. And the way she figures out that she's not crazy, they almost convince her that she's crazy. Okay, because apparently she's the wife. Well, she's the wife of somebody who owns. Well, she owns the airline. Okay, she's in the family. So they were trying to extort her for money, but they're almost convinced her that she's actually having mental problems and all that until she sees where the kid had drawn a heart on the condensation on the window.
Right.
Okay. So long story short, when she's going off and she's running around the plane screaming, "Where's my kid?" Okay. The policeman who they put on planes now, the TSA guy, he's undercover. He walks over to her and he goes, "Miss, you're really going to have to calm down because, if you keep causing a scene, I'm going to have to, cuff you to the chair."
Have to whoop
and
that
she
ass.
goes, "You have to help me."
Turkey ass
Well,
lady.
it turns out he's the crook. Okay. He's
Yeah.
one of the crooks who's trying to get money out of her. Well, this guy is one of the legendary acting family, apparently called the Sneeze Guards. That's not their name. But anyway, it sounds like Sneeze Guards. And the other brother played the clown in the new It movies. And the other brother played the vampire. Yeah. And the other brother played the vampire on True Blood. Right? And they're all like, it's just one hunk after.
What was that, Ari Anthony?
Oh, he's talking about the Skarsgårds.
Yeah, the Skarsgårds.
And the other brother plays the vampire on True Blood, and they're all like, it's one hunkier guy after another, right?
Erica says that the movie is called Flight Plan.
That's
is called
where I
Flight
remember
Plan.
the trailer. I remember the visual moment where Jodie Foster is drawn. She sees the heart on the plane window.
Yeah, I don't recall any of this.
I watched trailers.
That's how she's tipped off that she's not crazy, okay? But
oh shit!
but it's
Hold on.
Skarsgård, and
Look
that
in
guy.
the headline right now. Apparently, apparently something's going down in China right now because they just accused the ex-head of the Communist Party of fucking sexual assault.
Wow!
Like we might be about to see China go into full-on revolution because they've sort of been priming for it for the last few days. I hate to interrupt you, but yeah, this is fucking. That's wild.
This is more important.
So they just threw it out.
Wild. I was going to interject and say that Peter Skarsgård's not related to the other Skarsgårds.
Oh, he's not?
Weird? No, isn't that strange? Like, how many
I
people
thought
are
he
you
was
going to be
really
with the last name Skarsgård?
Wow. Yeah, because Michael Keaton's real name is Michael Douglas, and he couldn't use that.
That's right.
Because he already had one.
I've got a friend that when he got his SAG card, his name's Will West, and he's only ever been in one movie, but he had to be credited as Will West 3 because there were already 2 other Will Wests on the rolls.
That's so weird.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh wait, his name is Peter Skarsgård. That's what it is.
See, this is why I'm glad I've already had this conversation with Molly Golightly. Her stage and club name is the same as mine. It's Big Juicy. And I'm not going to be Big Juicy too. She can be Big Juicy too. Molly, I hope you hear this.
You see, what you got to do is be Big Juicy 2, but it's TOO.
Big Juicy too rich.
Oh.
I got one problem. Too rich.
Okay. So yeah, apparently, right now, a tennis star in China has accused the former head of the Communist Party, who's been angling for control of China from the current head. If you've been following this, they've been fighting. Like, he's got the police, and Xi Jinping has the military. And so. Yeah, functionally at any point they could break out into what amounts to a civil war or another cultural revolution right now.
Hey, are they still doing something over there where they only allow you to have so many kids?
They just upped it to 3 because that's screwed up so much that they're now worried that one child's going to have to take care of 2 parents and 4 grandparents each. Meanwhile, they're all having to work what they call 6-6-9, which is 6 days a week from 6 to 9.
Wow.
Or 6-9-9. So it's 6 days a week from 9 to 9. They do a 12-hour shift 6 days a week. And you might have heard recently about how they limited the amount of video games people can play. You can only play 1 hour a night and on the weekends. Well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense if you're in the middle of an energy crisis and you're trying to get people to fuck off consoles.
That's why my PvP scores are so much better.
But how do they know this? That you're doing this or not?
Oh, dude, internally they've got it pretty locked down. Like they'll say, "Oh, everyone just uses a VPN and does whatever they want," and China allows that, right? But when they want to crack down, they can. They can go building to building.
I'm tired of getting 360 no scoped by a goddamn Chinese 8-year-old. So how about they stay off the fucking console?
It's interesting though. It's interesting though that you'd mention that because I was listening to a podcast with a comedian I really like named Dana Gould, and he loves Planet of the Apes. That's why we're friends. And he was talking about when he adopted him and his wife adopted a couple of kids from China, and he was saying that they have some really stringent laws there as far as you can get in trouble just for checking out porno in China online.
Yeah.
They are like absolutely zero tolerance, right? And they even had to be careful about, I think he was saying what they said or what they did. Like he was writing for The Simpsons at the time. And he said he had to be really cool about that because they might have some problems with The Simpsons.
I was going to ask if it's that Dana Gould, the Dr. Zayas, Dana Gould.
Wow. Yeah. Dude, that gets stuck in my head so bad.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've known him for a few years. We even lived in the same places as kids. It's pretty cool, and he's an apes freak and I'm an apes freak. We hit it off well, but he was saying that you can't even, Family Guy would cause you to go to prison there,
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. It's really bad in terms of that if you get caught with it, like
also
over there.
Winnie the Pooh.
Some of the best conversations I've ever had in my life were with a man named Jeffrey Thomas, and he was from the Christian northwestern part of India, and he was a scientist for the UN, and he's been to every country in the United Nations, and he's Christian, and he was in China, and one story that really stuck with me, talking about underground branches of the Catholic Church operating in China because you're not allowed to practice religion. And there were people literally, it's like you got to knock 3 times, wait a second, knock another time.
Yeah. Because they're running what they call home churches over there for the Christians.
Yeah.
Which means that they just meet at different people's homes.
There's unrecognized but underground recognized by the papacy cardinals.
Yeah.
That they will never recognize. Oh, yes.
I don't want to be insensitive, okay? But you just reminded me of something, both of you. When I was younger, in the mid 80s, I'd say, they had signs at I lived in a neighborhood with a lot of synagogues around it, right? And at the time, they were into something that I learned what it was later, but it said the signs outside would say free Soviet jewelry, okay? Yeah. Jewelry. JEW, I guess RY, whatever. Anyway, so they wanted to free it. And I took it as like, what is Soviet jewelry? It's like they're giving away earrings or something. Yeah, I actually thought that.
Yeah, it's a rough translation.
It probably is free Soviet Jewry.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Free the Jews in Soviet.
Well, specifically because in the Soviet Union, under Stalin, almost all of the Jews had to go to an area that they were trying to make as like a competing area to Israel, that they referred to as the Autonomous Jewish Oblast. An oblast being a division of land and a degree of autonomy as a structure within Soviet society. It starts off with like 250,000 Jews, and it's so bad because it's like in the middle of fucking Siberia, basically.
Yeah.
It's so bad that by the time that, by like 10 years later, I think, or 20 years later, there's like 14,000 Jews.
Yeah. My ass lives in the desert, boy. I don't live in fucking old bullshit.
See, I thought it was earrings and bracelets. I didn't know.
Yeah. No. Like, well, because you don't tend to see the word Jewry much.
No.
No. My mind stuck the L in there somewhere, and I was just like, and then it was broken down to me, and I was like, it's political. Okay, cool. you know? And I was like, our spiritual, whatever. And I was like, oh, I felt like an idiot for a long time, you know?
Oh, Erica says, look up the Road of Bones. That's a damn nightmare.
There's Erica. See, this is why I like going back to Freeform. Look at these synchronicities.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you guys this one. We've been touching on toys and politics and, you know, actors and actresses. Here's one. I saw, my daughter showed me, some guy got in trouble, was one of those YouTube influencers, because they went to somewhere in a woods, let's say in Japan. Okay, there's some park.
Oh yeah, the suicide forest.
Where everybody kills themselves.
Yep.
Everybody kills themselves.
Yep.
And he got in trouble.
Oh, Logan Paul got in trouble.
Yeah, I knew it was one of them Paul boys.
I know. I got all the YouTuber tea. You guys want this to be a tea channel? I got you.
Yeah, Heart of Forest.
Well, that's like the Paul boys are the exact opposite of them, dude. Waylon Jennings would never narrate their lives.
It would be a
Waylon Jennings, who once purchased the cocaine bear.
He used to just carry around dynamite.
Yeah.
On his tour bus.
Yeah, while having a Narc Squad badge.
He blew up a venue one time with said dynamite.
And then later bought the stuffed corpse of the infamous Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, he bought the Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, did anybody here know about Pablo Escobar? When are we going
Never
back
heard
to
of
Battered Map?
I've heard Escobar.
We'll hit probably 4 hours on this one and roll to the Tattered Map. Okay. Kind of roll a little. Lux might pop in for lunch, pop in after work, but we can kind of roll into it.
What do you guys got planned? What do you have planned for the map today?
It's the story of the bear that once ate so much cocaine it died.
Cocaine.
And how it got the cocaine. And how it's tied to, you know, narc squads in Lexington, Kentucky, and old fucking money there.
Yeah.
And the 82nd Airborne and the CIA.
Yeah.
And Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah, so if you guys have heard me say Coke Bear, I'm not talking about some polar bears that are seasonally working for Coca-Cola. I'm talking about a bear that fueled by cocaine.
A bear that found 75 pounds of cocaine in a duffel bag and ate it until its stomach was packed. Yet somehow the rest of the cocaine was not there, and I don't think that bear ate a full 75 pounds of blow.
But either way, that bear was a problem.
Yeah. For a short amount of time, it was the biggest problem you could encounter.
I know that it would only take
I knew a guy in Virginia. Got busted for he was getting in snakes and birds all the time, and some of the snakes were filled with bags of cocaine.
Yeah.
And he went to make the pickup. He went to make the pickup at the airport, you know, and they got him because one of the snakes had regurgitated one of the bags of coke, you know, and that's how he got popped. I was fascinated, you know.
Yeah.
He was gone a while too.
Look, guys, I bet you'll find that the Tiger King crew was smuggling more than just animals.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, I'm excited for season 2 of that shit. Harold Baskins has opened a lawsuit about it.
The 17th.
I heard Nicolas Cage was going to play him.
Man, that movie's never gonna happen. That's gonna be in rights hell for forever.
It is.
It's a fairy tale at this point, unfortunately.
And we all know David Spade should play him.
Everyone knew it. Even David Spade was making jokes on his little show he had for a second. He did pop-up interviews with the Tiger King people. Even they were like, "You gotta play Joe." He was like, "I've already played Joe with the mullet."
But look at how long it took to get a Deadpool movie together. Okay, that took forever, and they've been talking about doing a guy called Gambit who throws playing cards and shit.
Yeah.
And from the X-Men.
Oh, yeah, they're never going to give Channing Tatum that shit. That's never going to happen. Like, that's one that
there was another
That's just because Channing Tatum's a low-rent Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for over 10 years now.
Yeah, and the guy who they were going to get, my son was telling me about him. I think he was in Magic Mike. Not Channing Tatum. But this other guy who played Gambit in a little piece in the movie, okay, he played him for a few seconds, and he appeared in like that what was it called, Wolverine or Marvel stories or Marvel tales. The one where Wolverine's old. Okay,
Yeah,
I think he was in that one. And so a Gambit did show up, and they were talking about causing him, maybe getting a chance to give a whole movie to him. And I mean, do they have any people left to do movies about? I mean, like we talked about yesterday, Marvel's already down to the third tier.
Here's where Marvel is fucked up, and here's where they could use their A team, right? Here's my X-Men pitch to fucking Marvel. Use Disney Plus. I'm talking, I need a 24 episode season period. I need a television show about the X-Men. And here's the pitch. It's gonna be real simple. Degrassi with superpowers. That's what X-Men is, and I don't know why the fuck they've never done that.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I don't know why they've never done that. You can't tell some of these stories in a fucking in batches of movies. Like these X-Men movies, it's like, yeah, we're gonna get the illusion of what we got in the books. They're gonna really play on nostalgia at best.
Here's my
Let me
idea.
ask you guys this.
What you got?
Who is the Marvel equivalent of the Teen Titans? Do they have one?
I mean, probably. Sure, there's some.
Yeah, that's more your realm.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like sidekick teams, but really you have like things like the Young Avengers or like the Avengers Initiative, where like a bunch of new Avengers will win. So, like,
because I mean, Bucky really isn't.
Maybe.
I mean, really, Young Avengers is what they're gonna try to do. Is what the rumor has been for like 3 years now, amongst all the comic book press people.
Avengers.
I'm sorry, I was something else I was talking to my son about. We're watching like the CW, whatever, the Supergirl and the Flash and the Green Arrow.
Oh yeah.
Out of all of those shows, and I've watched some of all of them. Okay, and especially the Supergirl when they had John Cryer. But anyway, Arrow, out of all those, Arrow was the only one, and I'm nobody, but in my opinion, he was the only one who seems like closer to the age I'd want him to be, and closer to the way I'd want him portrayed. Like Tony Stark is perfect for Iron Man, okay?
Yeah.
The Superman they have, okay? He seems right to me. But maybe it's because I am old, but I even felt this way when I was a teenager, okay? The Flash they have on TV is too much of a kid, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My Flash was the way he was presented in Journey into Mystery or whatever it was called, the issue where he's introduced in the 60s version, okay? Or even in the original version, okay? He's a guy who works at the police, laboratory or whatever. He's struck by lightning, whatever. And he looked like a guy who'd be, I hate to keep bringing him up, but a Bradley Cooper type.
Well, John, I can explain this 100% from a production standpoint. This is a CW production, so season 1 of each of these shows, you have to fucking appeal to that tween girl audience. What I love about Arrow, and what you have to tell people about Arrow is like, it's not until season 2, season 3 that you start getting like the pure ass Neil fucking Adams, like Denny O'Neil, like good writing. Well,
I watched Riverdale with my girls. Okay, we watch Riverdale. All right. And I admit, okay, I'm watching it in a different way than they are. Okay?
You'd have to be. Yeah, you'd have to be. Yeah. I grew up reading Archie as a weird cultural artifact.
Yeah.
I still think it's one of the most bizarre things out there.
It's so weird to me that's
and I'm not talking about the inappropriate high school girls. That would be wrong. But I am familiar with the actress who plays Veronica's mother, Spanish lady.
Yeah.
She did a show back in the 90s called Ace of Swords or something, and she was kind of like it was back when they were doing Hercules and Xena, and this chick had a show, and she wore a mask and she wore a big white blouse and she had a sword, okay, and that was the lady who's playing the mother now, and then Kelly Ripa's husband plays the father, okay, so I'm familiar with these cats, okay, but my superheroes are usually like late 20s, early 30s, okay? And in my mind, and when I read them in the comics, that's the way they were, okay? So when I, like the way Batman seems in the movies, okay? Even the Christian Bale, You know, the age they portray them is perfect. And so I watched this Flash, and I'm like, this is a kid, okay? I can't follow him, you know? And it's just like they say they always gave him sidekicks to bring the kids into it. They get more interest if Batman has a Robin, the kids can identify with him. But they found out later on that kids didn't dig the sidekicks because they would rather be the sidekick themselves, or they would rather be the main hero, okay? And just thought he was an asshole. They didn't like Robin.
Yeah,
okay?
And get Scrappy Doo the fuck out of here.
Exactly. That's the sentiment. So to me,
fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get on with that tiny.
Get on with that tiny snarky little shit.
Get out of here with that. We don't need Joe Pesci energy in Scooby Doo.
Yeah,
we don't need it.
Oh my god, you nailed it. Yeah, we need Joe Pesci energy and Joe Pesci rolls alone.
My cousin Vinny, Steve Bertolino.
I'm imagining Scrappy Doo stabbing someone to death with a pin now. It's pretty terrifying.
Yeah. Oh man. Imagine him just throwing one in someone's hand.
It's like, where's the snacks?
Well, I think now that movie they made, that live action Scooby Doo is pretty decent. I gotta say.
You know that James Gunn-ish, that was supposed to be fucking like an R-rated flick.
Oh yeah, no, you could still see bits of
good.
it.
It's because it has a little bit of everything for everybody, for a lot of different age groups going on at one time.
Hey guys, something that just popped into my head. I was watching this guy I told you about before. You got to check him out. He's called the Cinema Snob. Okay, he's on YouTube, and he has a
Hello,
channel,
Hazel.
and he reviews. Huh?
I was just saying hi to Hazel in the chat.
Oh, hey, what's up? So, he was doing a review of a bunch of 80s movies. It's like a 3-hour long thing. He's showing the previews and then doing a little snarky commentary. But what I didn't know, okay, one of my favorite movies, going back to Sylvester Stallone, okay, he did a cop movie with Billy D. Williams in early 81 called Nighthawks, okay? And they were after Rodger Hauer, who was playing an international terrorist who had gotten into New York and was planning on doing some stuff, and they had to chase him down. Okay, so
yeah,
it's a great movie, and it's got a great shock ending too, you know. And so the point is, I found out last night that was originally written to be the third French Connection movie. Okay, had no idea. Yeah, no idea. And after I heard that, I'm like, yeah, I could see how that would work. Yeah,
that's something that's so bizarre to me, because we think of, like, now most people I think don't even realize the first French Connection's based on a true story. Then after that they just start sequeling it.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you told the true story of Audie Williams, you know, which he was in the movie about him, and then 3 movies later, Audie Williams fighting fucking Martians or some shit.
Yeah.
Audie Murphy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know though. That second French Connection, okay, say what you want, but they had an intense thing I had never seen before, where they took Gene Hackman, the bad guys got him, put him in a hotel room somewhere, some dumpy little room, and started feeding him fucking heroin, and got him all strung out, and then dumped him out of a car in front of the police station, and they had to get him off of it, right? And I mean, they had him for like a month or two, and they were just kept getting him high, and he got to the point where he was trying to fight it. He was going in the bathroom, and he was keeping a track of the days by scratching into the wall, you know. But when they'd show up with his fix, he'd be like, "Please, can I have it, please?" And they got him so strung out, then they dumped him out of a car.
Man,
and the rest of the movie,
best movie with that gag, hands down.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm about to say, because it's one of my favorite movies of all time. This is the Denzel classic.
Dude, this was coming.
Ricochet.
Yeah.
John Lithgow, Denzel Washington. He ends up, dude gets an STD, ties him to a bed in a pool, films him. Dude's like assistant DA. Denzel is. It's Denzel hooked on the juice, boy. Oh man, it's a whole thing. Yeah, I haven't seen Squid Game yet, but you know, I haven't only because it seems like a battle royale.
Did you guys
good though?
Everybody seems to like it. Angel really enjoys it.
Okay. Like, I've kind of seen that story though. As long as it's not like hella long.
Oh well, it's a Korean specific and a statement on their hypercapitalism.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything I've seen from it seems pretty clever. So
okay.
I just want to know why Sony will sue everybody over those fucking buttons, but not the people who made Squid Games.
Yeah, I just there's a certain, like, you guys will see me sometimes with certain things that everybody loves kind of have a disconnection. Like I genuinely tried with like The Walking Dead. But like I've already heard the Bible stories. Like I already knew there was going to be a Cain and Abel in the form of the main character, like the fucking cop dude and his fucking homeboy brother. Yeah. I already knew there was a messianic figure in that. Like what was his name, Herschel or something. Before like it by like the 4th episode, I'm like, okay, well this dude's going to sacrifice himself for the good of the group. One of these two dudes is going to kill each other. I was like, "There's."
You're right as can be.
It was too much, and then I tune in like a year later, and I'm like, yeah. Well, the writing is boring, and
it was so slow to me, man. Yeah. That's not what I'm. Obviously, I'm not the market for that. Plenty of people were. That dude, that resonated so much. Dude went on to buy Image Comics.
Yeah,
I mean, so it's not a judgment thing. It just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, so Squid Game, I've kind of stayed away only because I'm like, well, the trailers kind of vibe like a couple of movies I've already seen, and I was like, well, okay, I know, I get it.
Well, my daughters.
I guess
my daughters told me about Squid Game, and they said it was. They told me about it and said I'd probably like it. And from what I've seen, I told them, I said, it looks like the Hunger Games to me.
Well, and yeah, said, a lot of people said Hunger Games was basically a remake of Battle Royale. It is. Battle Royale is the first movie I saw like that. I think that Death Game is a legitimate horror subgenre, I end up spending so much time now as a grown-ass adult reading about so much miserable fucking history that I can't make time anymore for too much more miserable media.
Yeah.
Which sort of sets me apart from a lot of the people that I like to talk to. Like it gets hard to be able to talk about. Yeah, man. When I've been reading all day about Corsican heroin rings that are involved in human trafficking, it can be a lot.
Yeah,
to watch a movie about the French Connection, even, and that's an excellent film if you've never seen it. Excellent. Like they did not have licenses to shoot those car chases; they just shot them in the middle of the city.
Because of the newfound seriousness of this show, I like to go for lighthearted lately, which is why I'm kind of also really excited about kind of just reforming. Breaking away from until a really big headline comes back.
Yeah,
but like. Man, peak Brian Laundrie stuff. It's like I'm watching stand-up comedy, and like when then Halloween rolls around, and dude, I haven't laughed so much as the story of that fucking Nightmare on Elm Street fucking blood room gone. I'm fucking running from a fucking fountain of blood, like a shining amount of blood.
In a suspended room inside of a room that's flipping around.
Just
Jesus.
Spinning. You've made a room tesseract, and God is displeased. God is mad at you. God's not cool with it. Blood everywhere. The ocean's blood now. Yeah, what you did. This is how you get blood oceans.
There's a 1990s film that I haven't had the pleasure of checking out yet. And I saw it at another movie. In the preview, I don't think it would be able to be done now. Okay, maybe like that movie Get Out. Okay, that pretty recently.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Along those lines, apparently, if I remember correctly, it was like a rap guy, maybe. Okay, might have been Coolio, but I don't think so. Okay.
So it's in that first wave of '90s hip hop crossover into low budget film. Because you saw a fair amount of that in horror.
Leprechaun, Back to the Hood.
Yeah.
This one was a bunch of guys take this rap guy out into the woods and give him a head start and hunt him down. And I'm sure.
No, that's Ice-T. And it's like Ice-T's version of The Most Dangerous Game.
Oh,
right. And I'm wondering if that would even be able to be made today.
No, I think it would be capable of being made. It's just that unfortunately it would be so heavy-handed to make sure you wouldn't miss the message and not give any faith in the audience that they'd get that this is obviously a problem, not a thing to aspire to. Like,
well, they actually did one. They did one recently that I think was kind of controversial because it was like a bunch of Klan people. Okay. It's a reversal of this, I can't remember, and they tried to boycott it and shelve it.
Dude, I loved that movie. I loved that movie, man. Like, and I don't have a dog in the race either way, and I'll tell you right now, that movie was critical of fucking everyone. Like, all of that hype about it being like, oh, we're hunting down Trump supporters. Yeah, that is sort of the premise. But it's not like they're portraying the people kidnapping folks for their politics as good.
Well, I thought they were a modern day plantation and treating them like slaves. Is that some other movie, maybe? Am I there?
I don't recall.
That sounds vaguely familiar, but it only because it sounds like it's something I was reading about something they greenlit recently.
Yeah, this movie, I think it actually got done. There's a film where they're taking like some perfectly intelligent, college educated. They somehow get these black folks to this plantation nowadays. Strip them of their phone and everything and make them, be out in this plantation taking care of these rich old whites, and they've got to escape,
That sounds like a modern horror movie that would get greenlit. I bet if it gets put out, people will watch it. Like, for sure. I'd be interested just to see what the hell they're going to put in that. And once again,
I thought
I need campy horror. Like, you can have some serious overtones, and that's fine, but I need it to be executed just a little campy. That's where I'm at, man. The torture porn era of, like, Saw and Hostel fucking broke me, y'all. I loved horror movies until that era, and then I was like, whoop, found my limit. Y'all are too good at effects now.
And building suspense in a way that's like, they stepped up. This isn't a Corman flick.
No, dude, it's like Industrial Light and Magic did a highlight reel of fucking Sophie's Choice and fucking mixed and mashed it all together.
Eli Roth took $20 and decided to bang us all.
That's how it felt.
Yeah, that's exactly how that felt. Like, oh, whoa, dude, I was a kid when that first Hostel came out. I went and saw it with a friend of mine's brother who was old enough to get us into it. And yeah, I fucking covered my eyes a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I'm not really like that and shit. That was one that's like, I think
you know what? Didn't care for either of those, and didn't care for the one around the same time where you got the little chick in a nightgown and the seaweed hanging off of her. She comes out of a well or something.
Oh, the Ring.
Care about that shit. Yeah. Nah, not my cup of tea.
With the Ring, though. I like the Ring.
Yeah, no, I liked the Ring. I liked the Japanese horror stuff that it was based on. That was about the last time I was into horror.
Yeah, we've talked about it on the stream before. One of my favorite horror films of all time is Audition.
Yeah,
out of Japan.
I know that one.
That's genuinely fucking.
Dude, I would say one thing I liked about The Ring was that it was very atmospheric. It was one of those first digital shot movies that realized you have to lean into blues and did so very well and avoided all the reds because they didn't encode well.
Yeah.
Like the cinematographer knew what they were doing. They really built atmosphere real well in what amounts in a PG-13 movie. Like that's a good horror movie. I think it's better than the original, and rarely am I going to say that. Most of the time, I'm like, the Japanese one was just so the fuck out there,
Well, I could care less about those Final Destination movies, but I gotta say, I owe them for one thing, okay? My kids got me to drop them off at the movies one time, and they were going to see, like, Final Destination 25 or whatever the hell it was, and I had already told myself at that time I was never going to give another remake of Planet of the Apes a chance because I was so disappointed by the Mark Wahlberg one, right? So the kids went in to see Final Destination, which I really didn't want to see, and that new Apes movie, A Rise of the Apes, had just come out. I said, fuck it. I snuck in there and sat down and watched it, right? And I came out of there going, all right, they did it right. They finally did it right. I mean, they even had little Easter eggs for the real fans, right? Like in one scene, you see the newspaper laying on the ground that says that Colonel Taylor and his crew are lost somewhere. They can't get any signal from them. Okay, so there you go. There. Then you've got the old lines like "Take your stinking paws off me," and you've got little tiny references like the name of this chemical that they were using was called something 128, which was the original runtime of the first film. Okay, so I knew they knew what they were doing. Okay, when they had little references like this, they called one of the apes Bright Eyes. Okay, so I was totally blown away by that movie. And if it wasn't for that final destination, I wouldn't have found myself in that theater, and I would have been missing out.
Hey,
so I'm kind of happy about that one.
I'm just glad for Final Destination 2 because it got people to clean their damn cars and stop tailgating log trucks.
That is fucking true.
Like, I don't remember shit else about that movie, but everybody I know who's seen the movie knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't seen the one of them, and that was the one.
Yeah.
But,
that's the one everybody has any recall of, really, as near as I can tell.
And let me ask you guys one thing, okay? What is the deal with every movie now? And I've heard a couple of the guys I like to watch on YouTube, they complain about it. What is the deal that even when they remake a movie like The Fog or was it Valentine's, the Happy Valentine, whatever, they're in the mine and the guy's got the pickaxe, and the miner's hat on. Anyway, all these movies get remade and they're only PG-13. Why can't they have an R-rated movie anymore?
They're doing R-rated now, but back when I was still a theater projectionist in that era of like when the first Batman came out, basically, the common wisdom at that point was no movie rated R ever made $100 million, and we're going to treat every one of these like they might make $100 million.
Well, I think Terminator 2 is probably what changed their mind on that, because Terminator 2 being R-rated, and it was mega hit, okay? And I was a projectionist too, by the way, but it was in the 80s, right? Yep. And I was doing it when there was Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I had to watch that movie a billion times.
Other than T2, can you name one? Like between T2 and the modern era, dude, there's just a huge glut. And there were a lot of blockbusters at that time. And, Hollywood's driven, if by nothing else, than profits, man. And not by scientific research, just by statistics and guesses. And
ironically, the biggest R-rated movie, the one to make the most cash besides Terminator 2, was actually Passion of the Christ. Yeah. I mean, because that got all the all the church people went in to see it.
Dude, that had such a huge built-in audience that a fundamentalist part of my family took their whole family to go see it, and I'm talking like 6-year-olds.
Yeah, see? And funny thing, on that tip is the wife and I, we sat down and we watched one of these movies, like real total Christian movies. And again, my snob guy on YouTube, he makes fun of these particularly. And we went to see one of these movies like God's Not Dead, okay? Total Christian movie made by, members of the NRA, whatever. And it's as Christian as you can get. Okay, and they're even suggesting in the press books that you plan your church trips to go see this film and everything, right? And we went to see it, and we came away and had a conversation all the way home about why can't they make a movie that's as quality and as well acted and as well written as a regular secular movie, okay? And just but it's a Christian movie, right? And that guy who plays Medea, I don't remember his name, but the guy who plays Medea, okay, he's kind of Christian.
Tyler Perry.
Okay? Yeah. And he made a movie where he played this detective who was apparently the same detective that Morgan Freeman played with Ashley Judd in an R-rated movie I think it was called Taking Lives. Okay, but he did this same guy. Tyler Perry played the same detective, and he did it in a Christian movie. Okay,
right,
predominantly Christian, and he was the only actor in there that could even halfway act. Okay, and the movie, the detective movie, was predictable. It was monotonous. Okay, and we turned off that and we said, why can't they do a decent movie, and it happened to be Christian? Okay,
I can explain this. I think, which is that in general, your cultural realm of artists is heavily secular, and it's also it's cliquish, man, and highly judgmental. A lot of people aren't going to want to be associated with projects that are seen as particularly religious because they'll view it as like a poison pill, right? And so you only get people who have untouchable amounts of money willing to even try it. And then the quality of everyone involved is generally folks who did not get the best training, from writers to directors or anything.
Well, there's a guy, the one who played, I can't remember his name, the guy who played Hercules on television, right?
Oh, God.
And
Kevin Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo's a problem. He is.
Yeah. Apparently, in real life, he's kind of conservative. Okay?
He's not kind of conservative, dude. He's fucking. He's like, it's weird. He's his age, but he's conservative like a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to be, fair and decent because, I don't want to inflict my political opinions on anybody, and everybody might have different opinions. But, so I'm trying to be, polite, and I'm saying he's kind of conservative, okay? And he, I'll be watching, the MURKradio, okay, in the morning. And when you go to turn it on, sometimes you get a commercial before you're allowed to see the show you want to see. And nowadays, they're even sticking 2 commercials on, okay?
Yeah.
Well, one of them has been lately a ripoff in a Christian movie. It's a complete, well, most of them are, but it's a ripoff of this movie that Nicolas Cage did years ago called The Weatherman, where he ends up getting a family that he didn't ask for, and it's like some kind of genie or something put him into a life because he's a miserable guy. And now he suddenly wakes up in bed one morning. He's got a wife and 3 kids, and he's got to learn to deal with this. Okay, so the Christians have taken this movie, The Weatherman, and they've turned it into something altogether different. And they show Sorbo, and he walks into a car dealership, and they're talking to him. They go, "This is the new Mercedes turbo diesel. It'll get you through thick and thin." And he goes, "That's what I'm looking for." And they're showing what a dick he is, and he's rich and all that, and suddenly he's thrust into this life as a family man with kids, and he finds out that as this person he's suddenly in the life of, he's also a pastor. Okay, so they're pushing him up on stage, but he's still the asshole, and they push him up on stage and say, "Come on, you got to do your preaching," and he's like, "My what?" And and I said, "This is just the Weatherman. This is the fucking Weatherman," and it's Kevin Sorbo thrust into this life that he doesn't understand because it's a Christian guy, and I'm like, what a ripoff! And it's nothing.
Real quick, John, to grab the mic from you. Speaking of Christianity, Debbie in the chat, they found a 1,500-year-old Bible that apparently reveals in this version of this Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified. Yeshua wasn't crucified. Yeah, let's check this out.
What happened to him?
Yeah, this is wild as hell.
So what happened to him?
Well,
it just said that he ascended to heaven in the closed caption.
Yeah.
And that Judas Iscariot was nailed to the cross in his stead.
Yeah. Wild.
I thought he hung himself. Wow.
There's the Mediterranean version of the Bible believed to be worth $25 million, both of its shocking revelations and into. No secret that the world of Christianity and the world of Islam have been at odds. Okay, these subtitles might be crazy on me, but probably can't do the audio or get a copyright strike. But holy shit. I wonder if this is going to change anything. I wonder if this is going to breed new Christian sects. I wonder if this is going to embolden anybody or change anybody. I wonder if we're going to have some people out there trying to ascend like their Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate. We've talked about them on the channel
I'm just
before.
seeing Dead Sea Scrolls 2.0.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Applewhite thing?
Oh
That
yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Applewhite?
the Heaven's Gate tapes. We've actually watched them damn near in their entirety on the stream before.
I remember them.
Yeah. That's
they put like plastic bags over their head or something. And
oh yeah, they're all in matching. They all had like the drippiest of drip. They went out with more drip than an over easy egg. Like they went out fucking tracksuits, matching Nikes, boy.
The whole look. They defined cult
Yeah.
for fucking 40 years in look.
They had a Mark Twain joke
don't
in their
forget,
pocket.
they had change in their pocket too.
Yeah, it was a Mark Twain joke. That's the approximate cost to hitch a ride on a comet. It was a joke. There's no they didn't believe it was like funny for them. They went out partying. It was weird. He apparently was raised to the heaven alive. Okay, so yeah, he physically pulled off some goddamn Bonnie Nettles shit. Well, by that I don't mean died of cancer in a hospital. I mean like, according to the group, like when she was still alive, you could physically take yourself to the kingdom of heaven. Which, were they prophets? Ooh, bitch, were they right?
What is this? You lost me. Who's Bonnie?
Bonnie Nettles is the actual mind behind the origin of Heaven's Gate. It was founded by two people. What you're probably familiar with is what I like to call Heaven's Gate 2.0. It used to have two leaders. They were known as the Two. They were known as Bo and Pete. They were also known as T and Doe. And it was Herf Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. Bonnie Nettles was a nurse in a psychiatric hospital where he was kept, and really kind of spun him into a whole fucking life. Really what he ended up being was a complete creation of Bonnie Nettles. And she was against anything traditionally woo-woo outside of attaching ufology to Christianity specifically. They were specifically a Christian sect. They were a Christian cult, which is, you don't see that all that often.
No. Normally it's full New Age if you're talking about ufology, but in this case, they were specifically a straight up Christian sect.
Yeah.
I listened to a guy talking the other night on YouTube. He's got a channel as well, and he was like a Jehovah's Witness, and now he's an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about the guy, and I remember this story from like 2012. This guy was going around making these proclamations that the Earth's coming to an end, and he even had a date. Okay, he had an exact date, and he was telling everybody to get ready and all this. And then the date came and went, and we were still here. And rather than just say, well, you know what, I blew it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, he proposed another date. Okay, sounds kind of familiar, like what they're doing with Trump now. And he said, so he came up with another date, and that date came and went. Okay, and I think he finally, because people were selling all their possessions and everything because they figured they weren't going to need it after that date. So they were getting rid of everything, giving away all their money, and then he was wrong, and he finally passed away, I think, anyway. But nobody ever bothered to say, "Oh, I think we made a mistake." I can't remember who that was, but it was a laugh, man. He had it down to a day and a time. The Earth's going to end next Tuesday at 3 p.m., and it came and went. Interesting shit.
Yeah, it's wild. You got to have so much confidence to do that.
Apparently, this 1500-year-old Bible's gonna be going into the Ark of the Covenant, baby.
They're gonna put it like they found the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, no, it goes into a description of it and kind of like talking about it in a way I guess we haven't talked about it.
Well, that's because the Ark of the Covenant was filled with radioactive material to act as part of a superconductor setup inside the Great Pyramid.
Well, I mean, and there's people who say that this specific, like these artist renderings of this box are specifically could pull that off. It was actually a thing on Mythbusters. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
So where did they get the radioactive material?
Anywhere. Plutonium-36 is the most common element found on this planet.
Yeah, there's cases of naturally forming nuclear reactions. Sometimes they find in the Sahara.
But they did this modern, or they did this back in the day?
Oh, the idea was that was the secret power behind the Egyptians, right? That what's going on with the pyramid was that originally it was covered in quartz, creates a giant electromagnetic field, and then if you put something radioactive within it, it creates a superconductive effect. And then they harnessed all of this background AM radio, basically, as a power source.
Yeah. That sounds like that Chariots of the Gods by Van Dalken, I think his name is, or something, where they tried to say that the Mayans had, like, airstrips because it was, like, stuff written on the ground that you could only see from up in the air, and that some of the hieroglyphics inside of a cave or something were actually pictures of a guy who looked like a spaceman sitting upside down in what looked like a capsule. And they and then they found containers that were like ceramic, and they seem to have like residue of fruit juices in it, and it turns out they're trying to say it might be ancient batteries.
Chariot of the Gods by Eric Von Donigan, and then you also have Ancient Aliens. I think, what are they on, season 36?
Here's why I've always found that interesting, right? You look at 1920 compared to now, and what else happened in terms of technology in the Earth. Just 101 years. The sheer level of change to the Earth, the sheer level of technological development, everything we have. And we could easily nuke that back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Man, if we could do it in the past 100 years, somebody could have done it 30,000 years ago, nuked us back to the Stone Age. We wouldn't really know.
Are you off work? No.
Wow. That's interesting. Oh. So what do you guys think of the Shroud of Turin?
It's been proven to be some old caca nonsense. It's caca
Really?
nonsense. Yeah, it's caca nonsense.
I used to follow it all the time. The last thing I had heard was a part of it had been burned in some cathedral somewhere. So some nuns had replaced it, but they did a carbon dating on the other parts of it and said it was as old as it's supposed to have been. But I never got any confirmation on whether it was God's or Jesus' imprint.
The time doesn't match up. The genealogy from the DNA doesn't match up. The carbon dating, the fucking profile of the individual on that shroud does not fit up. He was not an Italian man with straight hair. He wasn't. Guess it would have been Yosef. Lived in the fucking Middle East. He wasn't an Italian man. The Shroud of Turin, they've debunked that like 8 ways till Sunday at this point, where it's like, nah, this is an Italian dude. Like much like the paintings that depict Jesus most of the time.
I gotta check that out, because last I heard about it was like over 10 years ago, and they were saying that some of the carbon dating indicated it could have been that old, but how would they have gotten that image?
You saw a sensationalized History Channel piece, and I know what you're talking about. It was about 10, 12 years ago, and they were talking about specifically the dating the elements that came off of the shroud because their linen testing didn't confirm their biases.
Right.
So that's one of those where they're still sensationalizing the piss out of it. I saw it brought up on Ancient Aliens because there's something weird about his genes. Like they're always trying to spin that one in particular.
Hey, whatever happened to the Raelians?
The Raelians are still out there, baby.
Oh.
They're still having orgies and driving race cars and
trying to clone Jesus in the international waters on decommissioned oil tankers.
I thought for sure they had cloned somebody at one point live. I was like, well, there it is. They cloned somebody, and then I was like, oh wait, this is a cult.
Yeah,
those weren't real scientists.
Well, what is this?
The Raelians. Pull them up.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those cats.
They're a super rich cult that thinks they're going to be able to clone Jesus from DNA they've got.
Spell it right. There we go.
But then what would you have? I mean,
Apparently you would have brought back the Lord and he would be your leader.
There was a movie called The Boys from Brazil in the late 70s, and
Steve Gutenberg
Marlon
gets killed at the
Brando
beginning of it.
and Laurence Olivier, and they were trying to clone Hitler. You know.
Well, you know, it's so weird because that movie came out in the late 70s, but Mengele didn't die until 79 after the movie was made. And if you look into the history of what Mengele was doing down in South America, look into that South American town that has a huge amount of twins. He was there. Like those guys, those guys were definitely trying to figure out how genetics worked before the code was cracked. And there's no reason to think that, you know, they wouldn't have been studying it from that point forward.
Wow. No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, no, dude, lots of Nazis fled to South America. You know, Mengele was there. They've proven that. Klaus Barbie helped to take over Bolivia in 1980.
Well, I knew about the German, like, Colombian thing because my uncle would joke with me. We'd go to a baseball game, and I'd wonder why all these guys had this name, like, you know, his name would be, you know, Jose von Braun.
Yeah.
and you know, it's like, I don't know, Fernando. It's like Hitler. You know?
No, wow. it would be there was an astounding amount of Germans that went to South America from Argentina to Chile and to Paraguay, all over there. But when I say went to, Germany'd been in South America the whole time. German chemical conglomerates were set up all throughout South America so that they could harvest the rainforest for the chemicals they could get out of it. You know, IG Farben was there the whole time and was there after the war too.
That's interesting. Wow.
You know, if you want to know about that, look up Colonia Dignidad.
Oh, hold up. Stanody hit the button. Alex Jones mode activated. The aliens are fucking the apes, and out we came. The Anunnaki were right. We're Sumerian love babies. And they're gonna come back through our dimensional third eye gateways.
They're here for the gold.
They're here to drink our children's blood, brother. And I'll eat that liberal ass flat.
Grill it.
I'll barbecue that ass flat.
Fucking Bill Hicks' greatest character.
Bill Hicks' greatest work is Alex Jones.
That's Bill Hicks.
Wow.
That's Bill Hicks.
They're from the same fucking place. They look the same.
The Alex Jones main
videographer.
Not just videographer, but his main business partner.
Oh, yeah.
Was Bill Hicks' best friend and videographer.
So crazy. See, there's just... And then when you ask him, he fucking won't...
They're turning the apes gay.
They're turning the apes gay. And they're drinking your children's blood. I'll barbecue that liberal ass flat.
They're just gnawing on adrenaline glands like they're bubble gum.
Me and Stanody are going to be in my bunker spooning 2 little spoons. Because we're 2 gay apes now. Is that what you want? Demon ran America?
Is that what you want, George Soros?
America ran by demons? That's what you want?
Well, somebody said Nazis were also doing experimentation with trying to combine apes with human beings.
That's the Russians.
Yeah,
and they did
Stalin did that. Stalin tried to do that. But he probably tried to do it with Nazi fucking scientists post World War II.
Right? And they say that was something that, you know, is as out there as it sounds. They had this interest in trying to create soldiers like that.
Yeah.
You know, half man, half ape.
Mate,
was like,
hey, the Chinese have already said they're going to use biological engineering on their soldiers in any way that they can.
They probably are. That country has weird, horrible shit happening all the time. They're doing weird shit to their people. I don't trust that country. Don't come after me, China.
All I'm saying is that's a lot of IP addresses that just disappeared.
Yeah, like 10 million. Hundreds of thousands at a time. Up to 10 million. They did mix apes and humans and made Sylvester Stallone. They put that thick silverback gene in Sylvester Stallone.
Are you saying that he's like an ape human with alopecia?
No, I just shaved it. Sorry. It's brought to you by Sarah Schwick.
No, I think Ron Jeremy was one of their successful ones.
There's a
on the back. Yeah.
There's no way. Like, I know this is kind of a Joe Rogan rant, but that like me and like really any heavyweight fighter on the planet are the same fucking species. Like me and Brock Lesnar, that dude tear me in half like he's a silverback gorilla. Dude, just.
Oh yeah.
Like that frozen sheet in Siberia. We watched the coldest town on the planet Earth earlier. This motherfucker put a sheet in water, spun it around his head, and then broke it like
even
paper.
Old, currently broken fake fighter Triple H would murder me. Like,
isn't he fucking McMahon's daughter? On the books and in a suit now? Oh, I wouldn't fuck with Triple H. Any of
you know who'd kill you? Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Today, still barely alive and crack addicted.
Look, I'm in the middle. I had another little flare-up pop up, so let's be real. The corpse of Macho Man could fuck me up right now.
Somebody rolled on me.
Cream rises to the top, brother. He's fucking hits me with it.
Dude, it's funny you mention that. I got a guy who lives here in my community, and he collects Mustangs, right? He's got like 3. Guy's always got a wad of cash. He's in construction. Spitting image of Macho Man, right? And we were in the car one day. His name's Jeff. I said, Jeff, you look like the Macho Man. He goes, what are you talking about, brother? And he freaked me out. I thought he was going to be upset. He was like, I don't know what you mean. Who's that, brother? I was like, okay.
You're trying to get a hold of the mega powers talking like that. And it's like, oh, what? You hear yourself, right? You need a better mirror.
Mega powers, that's a funny term for cocaine.
Yeah, spend more on bathroom renovation, homie. You need a better mirror. you know how that shit sounds. Put some tile up so you hear it.
Stan Odie says Triple H GH.
He does have hands that read like HGH.
Look, guys, I'm sad because I can't even mention who my favorite wrestler was. He's one of those that are written off the books.
Oh. He comes out with the Image Comics exclusive. It's like this is the first comics character that's like the best no one's read.
Oh no! No, y'all know about him. I just can't say his name because
Oh.
Well, my mom had a friend who ran a Holiday Inn lounge, and he told her, "Listen, if I want to meet the wrestlers, come on in after the match." And it was just down the street, and they all go there after the match to get drunk. And I walked in, and there was Ric Flair. Now, this is when they called it Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. No WWE.
Okay, so it was back in the old territory days.
Right. Yeah. So I walk into this hotel lounge, and there's Ric Flair sitting with Blackjack Mulligan, sitting with Jay Youngblood, okay, and Ricky Steamboat. And some of these guys had just been beating the shit out of each other an hour ago. Okay, and now they're all sitting around having drinks. All right, and I just walked around and got autographs from every fucking body, and they all loved me. They thought it was great.
Come here, little man. I've imagined meeting Ric Flair in my mind so many times, and I've decided I'm gonna approach him like this. Hey, are you having a hard time? And he's just be like, with what? And I'd be like, holding those gators down. And just see if I can't wind his ass up.
You don't want to induce a heart attack.
Yeah, I want to be the guy that killed Ric Flair.
I used to love Greg Valentine. I watched that guy actually break a dude's leg for real. So loud you could almost hear it.
It happens too, I mean, like, they're out there, it's the fights are fixed, but the people are really hitting each other. Like they're not hitting each other appropriate to harm each other, but they're really flipping around and doing acrobatics and shit. People get hurt.
Yeah, and he was doing some move where you have the guy's leg captured between your legs, and then you fall over. Yeah, and that's supposed to hurt him. And when he did that, you heard like crack, and the guy's fucking leg, the bones poking out of the skin. I'm like, Jesus. But I still never bought it that it was real. I just enjoyed it. Wahoo McDaniel I mean, these were the dudes in the 70s, right? And they would actually appear at high school auditoriums, you know?
Oh yeah, those dudes are making like $10 a match.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah, no, but read Mick Foley's book. It's actually his book was actually really insightful in what those guys had to go through during that era.
When did it become this like corporate, you know, this you know, what do you call it? What do you call a movie?
When the steroid scandal hit and they had to admit in court that it was all rigged. Like that's when it happened.
Stanody guess right?
No, he says Eugene. No, not it's Chris Benoit. It's Chris Benoit. I look, man.
Good wrestler.
He was an amazing wrestler.
Yeah, it's unfortunate what happened, and this is why people
didn't
shouldn't
kill
do
his family or something.
steroids.
Yeah, man. No, like that's steroids and all the concussions ever.
Yeah.
Like, and you've got to understand, Chris Benoit was one of these guys that was like, we talk about American wrestling and say it's fake. If you go to Japan, the wrestling's just as rigged. But the barbed wire and pyrotechnics in the ring and all of the pyrotechnic light tubes and the tables they've set on fire are really all those things. Like, and Japanese wrestling, like hardcore wrestling, is insane. It makes American hardcore wrestling look... I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, American hardcore wrestling seems insane. People are hurting each other, right? The Japanese seem to be trying to kill each other for the purpose of making $1 in a fake fight.
That shit seems crazy.
It really is. It's a whole different like it's like blood sport entertainment.
When
I don't have a better way to put it.
When I first got turned on to mixed martial arts, my father would go rent the early UFC shit on fucking VHS.
Yeah,
right. And some of the most fierce people I saw in the lighter weight class, old Jap.
Yeah.
There's one guy in particular who started off with green fucking hair, ended up on his back KOing. The hair was completely red with blood.
Yeah, yeah. And dude, like, I've seen so much stuff. Like, when you see all of Mick Foley being crazy in any of his characters, he learned that in Japan. Like, when you see people get their bicep torn loose and they just tape it to finish the match with a roll of duct tape. Like, it wasn't Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Who it was somebody after that. But yeah, man, I want to say Al Snow did that. Like, they learned that in Japan because those people harm each other.
What's that story about the another thing I saw on YouTube? Some match they were having over in Mexico, and the guy went into the shower room and killed the other wrestler, and then he left or something, and the guy.
I hadn't heard about that.
Sounds like that might happen.
I know if you've ever heard of a wrestler named New Jack here in the U.S. that was with ECW in the 90s, man, he got real strung out, and at one point, he pulled out a box knife in the middle of a match and stabbed a dude like 15 times.
Well, this guy went back into the shower room, but these were Americans, okay? They were just there like his guests over in Mexico, and he stabbed the guy to death, but the guy didn't die immediately, and they took him to the hospital, and then the guy who's telling the story, another wrestler, he said he was kind of scared shitless, so he wanted to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
And apparently he was afraid they were going to come after him. And I wish I could remember the details because it was one of the bigger names, you know, and the guy was murdered right there. Okay. In the shower room, and a couple of guys saw him coming in, a couple other wrestlers, and everybody involved were all names you've heard of. And they saw the guy who was another name you've heard of, and he came back in there and he stabbed the guy, and then he left, and then that guy goes to the hospital, but then they say he was doing all right. Next thing you know, he dies, and they think somebody went in and finished him off or something. And it might have been because of some drug money that was owed or something like that. And I don't remember, but it was quite a controversy, they say.
First off,
they interview all these.
If it's happening in Mexico, the one thing I do know about the Lucha Libre scene is that it's all gang controlled. Like, it's all organized crime controlled. So Like, you might be smuggling, he might have been involved in something like that. He might have supposed to have thrown a fight and decided to shoot it out and actually win the fight, like at a prior fight. And there was heat there. You never know down there, and everything I've ever heard about that scene is that it's really dangerous. Like, a lot of people won't go work Mexico because of it.
Well, everybody involved was American.
Right.
Okay, and the guy who was telling the story, and it's like, you know, they're old as shit now.
Yeah.
And the guy's telling the story, and he's going, yeah, it was about 7:00. And I mean, this was somebody like, you know, not Macho Man, but who's that guy?
Probably like Kevin Hart or somebody.
Ted DiBiase or Dubiasi.
Ted DiBiase.
Call it like me. Yeah. And he was like telling the story, let's say.
Okay,
and he's saying, yeah, Bill came back there about 7 p.m. and they fucked him up, you know? And I was like, wow, this is a story I'd never even heard.
Well,
you know, I always thought
the McMahons, like a lot of wrestling has long been tied to organized crime, right? One of the reasons why, and this is going to sound insane, but imagine you owed somebody some money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Triple H, or let's not say Triple H, but let's say like a third tier but on TV wrestler, showed up at your house, whipped the shit out of you, broke your legs, and said, get the money. You think the police are going to believe you?
Right.
That's a tactic that was used quite often by organized crime in England. There's no reason for me to believe that we didn't import the same thing over here. Now, you look at, say, look at the WWF. You talk about it being corporate controlled. It's basically mafia controlled. Like, look at McMahon's ties, you know? And that family's in politics in New York. His wife's a state senator, or was.
Mm-hmm.
Who gets to go over to Saudi Arabia and put on shows? Wrestling is loved everywhere. You get entertainment penetration in every country because it's the biggest market. They claim some astounding amount of viewers, like 3 billion viewers or something, right? Yeah. All total aggregate. Nothing's bigger than wrestling. They can go anywhere. And this is important. We don't really talk about how entertainment is tied to our intelligence sphere in the U.S., but it absolutely is. North Korea. This is an example of it. There's an industrial band named Laibach that's been around for forever. They have deep cultural cred. They're super high art. At one time, they declared themselves a nation and started issuing passports. Some countries recognize them, right? So North Korea invited them there to perform. They went and performed. They only performed songs from The Sound of Music because that was culturally approved. And it's a widely known movie over there that people use to learn English. So you've got this deeply connected to the fine art scene, and thus all those people who consume fine art, you know, like the people Hunter Biden are selling his paintings to, that has penetration into the most closed off society out there. Somebody there's on some government's payroll.
Yeah.
Somebody there is. They might do nothing but go and watch.
That same scene is so weird. You'll see people like Podesta having friends on his Instagram that are strange people my age with like trust funds, and what's their job? They live and work in a warehouse making.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No, it's a weird scene. Well, that's the fine art scene, so that's the highbrow scene, and wrestling is the lowbrow scene. Both offer avenues for literal physical penetration into closed off cultures via the pretext of art.
Hang on.
Oh, your daughter's training for a boxing match about a week. Hey, and that's UK.
Oh.
That's UK. That's scrapping.
Yeah, they're mean.
That's scrapping.
They're mean.
That's fighting. That's boxing right there. Ooh. Yeah. Hey, I bet your daughter Debbie smokes ass. Whoops an ass.
Yeah. That would be my guess.
Yeah. I hope there's teeth stuck in her glove. Anyway.
Okay. Hey guys, here it is. It's Tony Atlas is talking about.
You said Tony Atlas?
Tony Atlas is talking about Bruiser Brody's murder. That's the one I was watching. Yeah. So yeah, the murder of Bruiser Brody, and so yeah, I guess you can look it up, but then they have the Chris Bonneau murder suicide.
Yeah.
And then they talk about a female who killed herself. She was doing pretty badly, and I think she had some drug problem or something, and she took herself out. But yeah, it was like the guy. Yeah, it was Bruiser Brody. He's the one who got killed, and this was a big dude. I mean, for him to be stabbed that badly, and then they say he was going to live, and he looked like he was going to be okay, but something happened to him in the hospital.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing he knew something.
We're not on serious topics anymore. I'm going to kind of bring things to a lighthearted situation here. Out of all of these steroid-induced wrestling-related tragedies, yes, losing people is tragic, but we can't forget what steroids did to China's clitoris. It made it huge. Huge. It made it huge.
Wow. Yeah.
Huge.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, it's delicious. It's delicious nervous energy.
Look, all I'm saying is that means that what was his name? Sean, he went by Six Pack or X Pack, depending on which promotion he was in.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no, he must have been the ultimate little spoon because that dude was at least a head shorter than her, and they were together.
I remember when there was she has the sex tape out. I'm like,
with him,
how does that work? Like a Chihuahua and a pit bull. Like, well, yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna take a long time before I go grab that hose and break it up. You know what I mean? Sorry. You guys know what I'm saying? I've talked about if somebody approached me with Rosie O'Donnell's snatch on a phone. Yes, we see that.
Well, okay, I said I never watched the Kardashians, but I've seen one of them's work.
What does Chris Pratt say? He's like, her comeback story. And they're like, no, she wasn't famous yet. It's like, what? No, I'm pretty sure she gets cum on her back. You mean Kim K's comeback story?
Amazing.
No, she wasn't famous yet. I'm pretty sure she got cum on her back.
Wow.
Fucking great. Yeah. There's her mom was her manager at the time and managed the fucking distribution deal for that tape.
Oh, I believe that.
And that's what's funny. After they were reasonably outraged about it, then the deals were made. They had to show some outrage first. Once it was outraged enough, then they were like, how much?
It is my suspicion that the outrage was calculated.
There's
Vivid Video arranged that.
Well, I think they're also they come from entertainment law, so they probably had it from a lawyer from the distribution company that got a hold of it, and they probably immediately sent a letter hey, we have this, we negotiate or we release it anyway, pirate style, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
And they were probably sat and scratched Kim K probably scratched her chin for a second, then called her mom and was like, yo, what should happen? And her mom said what her mom says, which is get that paper, motherfuckers.
Wait, I'm sure there was a pause with let me consult the demons.
She's hitting a Thigh Master. Get that money. Sorry, her and Bruce Jenner hawking Thigh Masters.
That's like Lawrence Fishburne, okay? Lawrence Fishburne has a daughter who got into porn, okay? Yeah. And she used an alias and everything, right? Now, I personally wouldn't have been watching her saying, hey, isn't that Fishburne's kid? But they made such a big deal out of how irate he was that his daughter was doing this. It was like they said, Lawrence Fishburne outraged that his daughter's doing adult film. Now available on Vivid Video. It's like they made sure they did a plug for it, though. It seems like the acting like you were all uptight about it actually helped the publicity. You know what I mean?
Dude, all you can do if you are upset is say no comment and move on.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, who would have known? Because she's not using the Fishburne name, but now her tapes are all sold. Her disc sold as, hey, want to see Mike? Yeah, want to see Lawrence Fishburne's daughter nude? Here you go.
Well, I think somebody within the industry had leaked shit to some like tabloids beforehand. And so like Lawrence Fishburne, to get entertainment law, he probably had a note from his lawyer that morning that was like, yo, your daughter's fuck tapes are out. And he was like, fuck.
Yeah.
We gotta,
but again,
I guess, address
I
it.
don't see how you have to. I don't see how you have to get up in the middle of it all. I mean, look at what happened with like Paris Hilton. Okay, somebody was supposedly released that stuff, against her wishes. Okay, and that's just her. She's the only one who can deal with that. But in this case, it almost seems like a premeditated hype because you could see millions of ebony young ladies on porn video.
It's because there was a Kim K, for example, happened after Paris Hilton, and that's what they threatened Kim K with, was we'll do it like we did it to Paris Hilton, release that shit anyway, and it's gonna be in Washington Square, it's gonna be at Battery Park, it's gonna be on tapes in people's houses, no matter what. And when you're faced, that's same thing with all these other people. In Lawrence Fishburne's daughter's case, she was an actual working in the adult industry model, like she was doing porn, but she was working for like established fucking productions. Like it wasn't like it wasn't handy cam shit like the rest of them. So she already had a fleet of lawyers in the way of like whoever she's working for who had that info. Like, oh shit, you're Lawrence Fishburne's daughter, and she's like, oh shit, I bet. Like at one point, like they're like, well, we better release that info. You telling me we could have been selling more tapes? Damn.
Well, look at this, okay? Suzanne Summers, okay, Three's Company. She posed for Playboy to do some test strips, okay? And my dad did some nude footage for magazines, right? And we went to the model's house. He did the work, okay? And then he solicits them around to any interested parties, okay? And that's why you can sometimes see a model who's like posed in a certain room, and you can see that model again in another magazine from the same series of pictures, though. Okay, so in the case of Suzanne Summers, she was rejected. Okay, Playboy just put her pictures in the file and said, "Yeah, okay, not quite what we're looking for." Then she becomes a superstar, and they go, "Hey, we still got those pictures on file," and she's already signed a release on them. And they did the same thing to not Veronica. What's her name? A
bunch of people.
Miss
Endlessly.
America.
That's how Hugh Hefner started his business. That's how he ended up with those Marilyn Monroe photos.
Mhm.
Those were old.
Mhm.
And those were old ass news that he just had bought basically like he was a tape trader. Like he bought the fucking.
Vanessa Williams.
Yeah,
Vanessa Williams was in Penthouse.
Here's the thing: the game's changed now. Now you have things like one of my favorite examples is like Chris Evans having a fucking silhouette of his cock leak.
I saw that. Yeah.
That's America's dick, but that that shit happens like that. I don't know. It's fucking weird. The whole
cameras weren't everywhere then.
Yeah, so now you have that same
Remember that
type of
scene
person.
when he goes, "That is America's ass."
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is the shadow of America's cock. Yeah. United States. Yeah. Fucking throw
then,
a
of
salute
course,
out there. It was
Madonna
like,
made it in all the magazines. She was in Penthouse and Playboy.
Like,
like a bunch of shots she did when she was 19.
Yeah. Like your friend that got that fucking picture message of the fucking cock the size of a Pringles can.
Oh, God.
Shit makes you blush. Even if you're a straight man, you're like, Lordy.
It was like, oh, fella, you've been rejected because of that. Because folks are like,
No. You just have that out. You're just putting that out there, huh? You just lead with that. I guess you should. I bet in real life you'd have to lead with that anyway. That's a big dick joke. Yeah, sorry. That's a grenade with one. Sorry.
I don't want to say anything that could result in a slander or a defamation of character suit for anybody, but I want to say, how you were talking a couple weeks ago about wanting to get this young lady on your show who's doing a little time right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, don't say the name. Because what I'm going to say is, do you know there's a bunch of pictures available of her?
Yeah, that's why I kept saying when we were talking about her, hashtag Jodi Arias' butthole. It's like an actual hashtag.
God.
You can look up pictures of her butthole. That's what Zimmy was talking about too.
I was wholly unaware of that until this moment.
Yeah, no, her nudes leaked quick. Like quick. I'm talking again, like you can see everything. That was like that. Yeah, that's why Zimmy kept talking about nudes and stuff. Was
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say the wrong thing, just like yesterday when I didn't want to say certain terms that people
She just
do
looks
online.
like she knows too much about poisons.
Jodi Arias doesn't.
Well, I don't want you to. But I just thought, there were some nice pictures too.
That's why, that's been the thing on the street for forever. Jodi Arias is hot. I'm not particularly into blondes. I'm from a family.
I'm worried about getting
either.
poisoned.
Yeah, she's not really blonde though.
Let's be real though. She got brunettes, she got fishnets on, she got some combat boots on, and she hits you with the fucking
poison. You got to watch out for those because you think you're safe. There's no macaroni knife involved.
I was about to say,
and then suddenly your throat closes.
Let's say she's eating macaroni with a knife.
I've got one more story I've got to tell you on this subject, and then I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go make something to eat. But here, check this out. When I was a teenager, I went to a video store. I used to have a buddy there, and he used to give me all the posters. Okay, so he went in the back room to get some posters for me, and a bunch of VHS tapes were laying on the counter that had been returned. So while I had a few seconds, I was particularly horny, so I just looked for the title that would not be gay and would probably be some decent porn, right? So one of the titles that jumped out at me was called A Scent of Heather. Okay, so I yanked it, I crotched it, and I told him, I said, "Don't worry about it, I'll catch you later." And I got out of there, right? So never got any trouble about that. Okay, so I put on the movie the first chance I had when the parents finally went somewhere. I put on the movie, I'm checking it out, and it starred a lady by the name of Veronica Hart. Okay, she was huge in the late 70s, early 80s porn industry, right? And she actually had the ability that she could act a little bit. Okay, so when they made the movie Boogie Nights, okay, she played a judge. Nowadays, in the story, sentencing somebody to some time for something, and it was kind of a nice nod to give her a chance to be in the movie, a cameo, So anyway, so back when she was still hot, she came to my hometown, okay, and she was doing a strip show. Apparently, this is how these guys supplemented their incomes, besides doing the movies. So she does the strip show, and afterwards, she's in the lobby of the theater, and I go up and get an autograph, and I told her that I said, is it hard to get into your industry? She said, "No, but it better stay that way if you want to be in it for long." And she giggled, I giggled. Okay, so that was funny. That was cute.
Getting to the top on your back kind of thing. Hey, we are rounding into the 4th hour, John. I'm gonna have to take the mic back here in a bit.
Okay, well now just let me say so I'm listening to her on a podcast nowadays, right? And she does that same exact line. Okay. She tells that same line 35 years later.
Oh, I bet it's automatic for her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, it was just funny. All right, guys, I'll catch you later on, man.
Hey,
live long and prosper.
You have a good one, man.
Yeah. You have a good one.
All right. Definitely.
Man, I'll tell you right now, first exposure to pornography, nudie mags under my dad's sink in the bathroom. Nudie mags.
I don't remember.
He's a man of taste.
I wish I could tell you, but I really don't. It's been a long time.
Yeah. He'd also do the occasional tweaker shit if he was near a relapse. And one time I knew he had relapsed because I'd found a bunch of stolen DVD porn. And I'm like, well, that's the act of it. Like, more porn than any human could consume. Like, why'd you even steal that much? You were geeked up.
That DVD player's not going to last through that.
You turned up, boy. You're going to have to, I will say I couldn't imagine, though, just thinking about pornography back in the day and the different mediums in which we've used, like, we've attached things into, I don't know, the way we express pornography. I can't get out of my head the image of somebody taking out a porn they like and putting it in a vintage car-shaped VHS tape rewinder to rewind it. Like, I can't get that image out of my head. Like, cigarette inside, rewinding a porn with a vintage car VHS rewinder. Because I know it's happened in the history of humanity. That's something
for sure.
that has happened.
For sure.
Like, that is an actual event that has happened. Going kind of back. I want to backpedal a bit because I took a little note here a couple hours ago. We were talking about Vin Diesel, which kind of led us into, like, you know, just different muscly people.
Right.
But does Vin Diesel have a font?
A font?
You said simply the words "a Vin Diesel joint." And I imagine him having a movie starting, and it's like a Vin Diesel joint. It's like some really bad Pitbull and like a beginning of a Fast and Furious scene. So it's like in Cuba. There's a bunch of ass.
I'm just certain that it's that Fast and Furious font. Or I guess maybe I'm imagining a Fast and Furious font that is based on the general shape of roadways.
No, there is a consistent font. I was trying to find the right font for the show's aesthetic last night, looking through just like famous Hollywood fonts.
It's a relief font that looks like chrome. You got me?
Yeah,
So it looks like it's popping out a little bit. It's chrome.
Yes.
And all the shapes of it are vaguely roadways.
Yeah, there's a bunch of variations on it too. Where, okay. But yeah. Okay. So even movies that aren't fast related, if it's a Vin Diesel joint.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be there for Tango and Cash. That's gonna be there when they inevitably remake Tango and Cash with him and John Cena.
Is the sequel called Tangist and Casher?
Tangist and Casher.
Tango 2 Tokyo Drift. It's just Tango in Japan.
Oh
man. I can't. I also had up here some of the best. Like,
Here's an unpopular opinion no one's ever stated. Instead of that horrible Michael Mann remake of Miami Vice that they made that was all handy cam, it should have been a Jonah Hill movie.
Oh shit!
Like with War Dogs energy.
Yeah.
Except it's Miami Vice.
Yeah.
Or okay, here's one. Do you remember the 80s remake of Dragnet that had Aykroyd and Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
Who do you cast in those roles? Who's your straight-laced guy? Who's your street scumbag?
Yeah.
That has to be able to bring something like Tom Hanks energy.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Were you guys going to do it again to me today? Or have a conversation with John and then I'm like, hey, what's up, gang? And I get radio silence.
Hello.
What's up with it?
Everybody's off doing.
See, I'm just feeling if I have to start timing.
Ah.
Because I do have to run things like a radio program. And dead air's bad. Dead air's bad.
Well, we could always start running a 30-second buzzer or something.
Good idea. Play you out like the Oscars.
That's okay. You're still getting tons of content.
That's Laurence Olivier.
Laurence Olivier, Kanye's biggest influence.
I'd like to thank Google, Disney, Jesus, myself. Oh man, Macho Man.
Yeah, I just looked over and I misread it. It's Randy Sausage. That Slim Jim connection makes sense.
Yeah, that's my wrestling character, Randy Sausage. Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I definitely know that my wrestling interest in my
no.
In
the worst spot ever to do it.
It's the most hidden spot. I didn't know she could bark. Got a hairball.
This cat's been a pill for an hour.
Oh.
I think a Frito went sideways on her, honestly.
Yeah, you gotta chew them.
Well, she probably found an ancient one that's petrified.
You gotta suck on that one.
Keep in mind she's obese.
Not quite corpulent.
I've never seen a cat hit up some chip crumbs like a dog. But that cat does. That cat will come flipping.
My cat has gotten just so like it doesn't matter what I'm eating. He needs to try. He needs to be offered a tiny little bit so he can reject it. Otherwise, he's going to try and trip me.
That's my favorite when you finally break down and give him some shit, and he's like, "No,
he's like, "There's
look
no
at my butt.
There's no way you're actually eating that."
Special guest cat used to do the best thing. There was a winter we were stuck together, but if I had some music on, this cat would bust in the room and just like one sustained meow, walk up to me, meow, and walk back out. Like, look at me like, hey, shut the fuck up, man.
Turn it down.
Quiet. It's quiet time.
Oh, my cat's basically voiced by John Mulaney.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Cat. I like donuts for no reason. Loves glazed donuts.
Mm-hmm.
It's cat like a cat when you crack a can of tuna. That's how this cat acts when you got some glazed donuts around.
Also tuna, but
yeah,
he holds donuts on par.
Yeah, I bet he'd go nuts for some lasagna.
He's
kind of like
almost certainly. He does not like cherry fritters. Once again, he's like, "You're not actually. What a waste of glazed sugar." You know.
Did you give it the two tongue before he showed you the butthole, or did he just straight up say no?
Yeah, he get the whole drop, sniff it, look up at me, then turn around.
Cats and their attitude. They're ethereal, moody creatures, as opposed to a dog who's just kind of like, love me, love me. I pooped, love me. Do you still love me? I pooped.
I'm sorry. It happened again.
I didn't mean to, but I love you. And I pooped. Food? That's better than another dog mood. Food? Yeah, cats, it's complex. It's like... You know,
everything's a single word, either interrogative or statement.
We live in a world where some of our A-list celebrities, people who have yet to win some of the Oscars they are going to win in their career, went to a 3-week cat school for the redo of Cats.
Dude, Alan Tudyk went to Juilliard. They had that man voice a chicken.
Dude, Mr. Nobody's great. Mr. Nobody's great. Hey,
oh no, I like Alan Tudyk. I like him. I feel like he was wasted on being forced to voice a chicken. I'm glad he got his check. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is a movie that resonates very heavily with me because I've just known those guys. I've known those guys, man. I have known human beings that all of that seems like a reasonable story to happen to them.
Look,
he just jumped in the chipper.
Look,
yeah, just
in Arkansas, the stories get out there. It's one of my favorite things in Sling Blade is they do kind of try to capture that, like, Arkies, we tell a story and then we add a 10-point buck minimum with fat nuts and a copperhead hanging out his mouth dead. Like, it's like we always boom, 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 boom. Like,
that's the period of the story.
That story was cool, but here's one that's very similar, but my dick is big in it.
The only equivalent I got back home in Mississippi was, yeah, well, let me tell you about this crime. I mean, like...
Oh, yeah, well, I've been barred from 8 Waffle Houses. I'm not even allowed on the South Side anymore.
Dude. Oh, my poor friend Ducky, rest in peace. He passed recently, man. He started carrying a taser after he got lit up because he was the only dude that would deliver to Southside as a pizza man. And some folks robbed the pizza man, as you do. And yeah, he was never a gun guy. But here's the thing. This is the thing about Ducky. He had a pierced tongue, right? And he would it was the classic, doesn't shoot darts, it's just a handheld stun gun.
Yeah.
And he would straight stick out his tongue and tase that fucking barbell in his tongue. Like, that was his party trick.
That's wild. Oh. Y'all want to see some shit? That? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, fella taught me to play pool.
He's
an amazingly capable player.
I can't. I've been having... Okay, so walking around town... Okay, I've mentioned it before. I don't know if you've noticed it on your side of town. But The heroin problem's gotten kind of bad this season.
Look, I moved between the two worst neighborhoods on the map in Tucson, and I'm in a little quantum zone that's not on either of them, but right the fuck between them.
Mm-hmm.
So no, that's just been my Tucson experience. It's sort of oh well, there's a fair amount of homeless people and folks on heroin, certain or methamphetamine. But, the poorest part of a place with 500,000 people. I figure I'm gonna see it. How's it been out here in the downtowns?
Well, here on the south side, we have a little bit more gang activity over by the market, which is, it's weird. I've been thinking a lot about, because you have to communicate with your eyes because everyone's in fucking masks now.
Yeah.
So, that's always weird. I was standing in line with Lux, and I heard some Latin, openly gang-related people talking some gang-related shit on a big, crazy-eyed white boy in front of them. And at first, I thought I might be that Manson Lamp white boy.
Oh.
So I cut one of my peepers over, just real sly, right over Lux's head, and I'm I kind of just drop a real quick eyebrow, talking about me, I communicate with my eyes like me, and he immediately cuts back with his eyes, not you, dumbass. And then looks right back at the dude who's standing guard at the grocery store. And I was like, oh, fucking thank God.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
Crazy. But then I also stepped back and realized, I'm a pretty big fuck to be talking about.
I forget that I'm 6 foot and 200. That's been an issue my whole time, is that I just don't realize that I am 6 foot.
Well, we occupy a god-awful amount of space, particularly in a metropolitan area, and I've noticed just the particular metropolitan area we're in, everybody is tiny.
I'm used to being surrounded by corn and beef-fed idiots.
Yeah.
Gigantic gomers.
Big-ass people.
That's not a smear on the South. I'm just saying those that are there, I'm used to being around them.
Kill it, lady. How much longer do you have to work?
I'll be off at 5.
All of it.
Good. That's a sick-ass schedule. Well. He is god-awfully close.
Oh, yeah.
To her fucking off. Get from. Yeah.
So yeah, she basically can get to work in short order in a monsoon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there's nothing in the world, and she's also in a position works from home day a week.
Oh, that's nice. Out tomorrow. Not actually, nobody's doing limos right now, but the equivalent, so executive driving.
That's fucking sick.
Also, I'm looking at maybe getting my armed guard card. A total of 24 hours of training.
Have that the up.
Oh no, I've noticed.
Endless.
Once you get your unarmed guard card, you can go do the little golf cart patrol, because I'm not looking to flex on anybody.
No. Yeah. It'll be a problem.
And honestly, I'll power wash.
Yeah.
I've got a power wash.
Yeah. When you got an armed guard card, it's
Well, if I get an armed guard card, yeah, and I'm doing driving. It's guess what? At some point, I will be putting my money back for a nice car.
Well, I've seen the temperament and the mood of some of the downtown guard people, because in this area it's so full of life, no reasonable police response. So there's downtown dudes in golf carts that normally respond before police do.
Yeah, which is probably a lot better of a plan.
It's a way better plan. I've seen a lot more compassion be handled that way, and I would infinitely prefer special guests to hook it up to be the person responding and being irrational. I'm at the lowest point.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people are. They're just around here anyway. It's mostly people who are acting like that or getting the cops called on them in a public place, or somebody who are they're at the lowest point in their life, and if you just talk to them with that respect, I've noticed they're like, oh fuck, do I have to go to jail? And it's we'll see, Bubba. I mean, not if we clean this up now and you get the fuck out. I've seen a lot of that. Not if we wipe our hands of this, get the fuck out and don't.
Yeah, which is a reasonable response to me for somebody who's wilding because they're having a bad.
Yeah, and understanding too that a lot of these people are transient in this area. They're just floating through.
Yeah, no, it's nice weather out right now.
Yeah, there's a few familiar faces now. I brought her up a few times on the show. Tucson's Felicia. Tucson's Felicia. I got the chain locking them, or not you other raggedy ass motherfuckers out there. You don't deserve it. I don't know what she's spending it on, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. You spend it on whatever you're gonna spend it on.
It ain't harming me, and it never has. She's never done it in front of me. I've never seen Tucson's Felicia in the back alley hitting meth or heroin. I don't know. As far as I know, she's just mentally ill and with some pizza.
Well, shit, that post 2008, there's a lot of folks who never really recovered either, man.
Yeah,
like that. Those types of situations. A lot of mental.
That's true. That's true.
Like, or unlock the mental illness most everyone sort of has latent in.
Our mental illness, this country is fucking, just wild. Like comes down to feelings and litigation. Like there isn't like across the board really. Once you get to a low enough class, gender doesn't matter, race doesn't matter in litigation. You're basically just do you have children? Do you not have children? There's just like weird elements that strip you down to this like base number and treat you as such.
Yeah.
You end up on the fucking street, a lot of people. When it's like, no, we have the infrastructure to help them, but it's slipped through the cracks in a fucking gross way. And the audacity sometimes of our government, in my opinion, to be like, it does, the audacity to be like, we have to do something as communities to curb the homelessness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, put people in homes.
Yeah, bitch. How about you fix the problem
you
where you're starting
to improve
it?
your HUD housing situation.
Yeah, like you're the ones with the resources. You get what am I paying you?
And so, a lot of people are like, I don't want my tax money to go to HUD, dude. It's hardly anything. Your tax money's going to the Pentagon's black budget. That's where it's all going.
Look, there's people living in places where the tax rate is through the fucking sky, and coincidentally, there's also people dying of heroin and shitting themselves on the streets.
Yeah,
living homeless, and it's like,
well, and every time people try and create homeless solutions for free, they won't let them do it.
Yeah, so it's like, how is this the community's problem, not the government who's already fucking taken the like, what are they paying you for? In New York, in fucking LA, in Portland, what are they paying you for? How is it their problem?
Hey, even what are they paying you for in Northwest Arkansas? Like, there's a lot of homeless people in Northwest Arkansas, considering how affluent that area is. There's absolutely no reason that you can't be just as worried about random folks on the street as you are about your kids' schools.
That place has more shelters than some metropolitan areas.
Yeah.
Like, at least Benton County has a shelter.
Yeah, no, I mean, the same with Washington County. There are a couple of shelters, but they even then, look in Washington County. They moved the shelter from the middle of town to absolutely down at the southernmost tip, making it really hard, other than very scheduled bus rides, for those people to get anywhere and do anything to try and get back on their feet if they want to.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you better just get some housing for people who don't want to get on their feet. Sometimes they're just not going to be capable, or they were, but now they're just broken by having been out like that, and it's going to take years of not having responsibility before they're actually capable of having it.
One of the first big trending stories I covered on this channel was the Elizabeth Cook stuff, and you got to see some of the testimony. Like, Elizabeth Cook was talking about how Bobby Phillips, they're both homeless individuals in St. Louis, how Bobby Phillips was living when he was given an apartment.
Right.
And he still had like a little cooking range rigged up to heat his room.
Yeah.
Even though he had central heat and air.
Because, when I say this, like talking about responsibility, you've often broken all of the conditioning we've socially put into a human being. All of the being a kid and the stuff you learned supposed to work.
Yeah.
If it didn't, they're not going to try and regress back to that. They're going to go to whatever behaviors brought them comfort or helped them survive recently. That includes using a cooking stove to heat your bedroom when you've got central heat.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Erica's equating the two, like the veteran homeless problem and then people who come here. Well, I do have a bit of an argument to that just from my background. I've known people who have come here illegally, and they didn't get everything free, and it was really hard.
Yeah,
and then them going from here illegally to on the books was incredibly difficult for them.
It's an astoundingly complex situation, and that's not to dodge it. Like when I hear the current news story that I need to research more, that they're talking about giving $450,000 to every person involved in a family that had anyone separated at the border in the last administration.
Yeah,
that's a base minimum of $1.5 million per family in cash.
Yeah,
that's something that is wrong to my mind. I'm not saying don't help these people. I'm saying that's the wrong way to go about it.
Well, look, when you factor in all the variables, we're still a country who is waiting on the Biden stimulus. Not the child tax credit, not extra.
Not just waiting on it, and they're
claiming
claiming that they did it, already sent it out, and it's what helped everybody be as good as it is now.
Exactly.
When we got 2 letters for one, but no check.
Exactly. But I don't. There was no Biden stimulus. People got I get a child tax credit.
Yeah.
That's the Biden administration handout, but everything else I got was from the Trump administration when it actually aid through this fucking pandemic.
Like, and it doesn't make me happy to have to say that, but that's the case. I figured they would continue it on, but in our case, that has not happened. Erica says that in the area that she's in, they pass out free shit to like candy to folks who have come over undocumented, illegal, however the fuck you want to put it. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Like, we know what we mean by that. That may be the case. Different states do things in different ways. The federal government allocates to different places in different ways. So it might be in your area that absolutely is happening. But in Northwest Arkansas, where we're from, they intentionally imported a lot of illegals for business purposes.
Yeah.
And then made sure that they were kept as a second permanent underclass.
Yes, and
and when you do that, you create underclass issues instead of allowing people to become legitimate. Like, fucking give them a path to sign up and charge them the same taxes as everybody else.
Yeah, you guys will occasionally hear me talk about like my work tia or like my work abuela. What I'm talking about is like I've done maintenance for hotels, and I'm talking about the housekeeping staff. They're who make a hotel fucking. They're the heart of the hotel. Without it, it doesn't fucking run.
No.
There's no.
I've worked hotel maintenance. That's 100% true. At least in the area we're from.
No, housekeeping is fucking essential, and I've watched a lot of ladies got here by legal means. Some of them, and were at the end of their process of becoming legitimate. One person I knew had just been able to get his wife fully legitimate. Again, the grind is you get here, earn enough money to be able to move your family here so that you can fucking prosper. You know, the goal is just simply to prosper. And again, that's what we advertise. That is what we advertise, is the ability to come here and prosper. Give us your fucking everybody. You know, but that's, you know, and so the places where they have handouts like that for people who don't have documentation and are in the country, again, I think that's an incredibly important thing culturally. While it might bite us in the ass, sometimes what's actually biting us in the ass is the employer culture.
I think that's a
what's
huge
kind of what Special
part
Guest
of
is
it.
getting at.
That's a huge part of it. Like, everybody back home knows where Tyson gets its workers.
Yeah. It's an employer culture problem. It's a systemic.
Erica says, I'm not against it, but take care of our own is what I'm saying. Look, I feel that, right? I can go on for days about what we've done, starting at the tip of South America all the way to the Mexican border, that as America in the Cold War, we made all of that a nightmare hellhole. Like, we did. Those cultures are having to deal with the fallout of it, and when they show up here being like, fucking take care of us, knowing that history, it's really, really hard for me to say, nope, I don't owe you shit.
Yeah.
It really is. Because I feel a sense of culpability, because I get to reap the benefits of being an American citizen.
Yeah.
That are on the back of all of that happened. I think it's important to acknowledge that.
Well, I need more on take care of our own, Erica, too, because here's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? Without an open door policy, I wouldn't be here. I have no native blood in me. Are we talking about Native Americans take care of our own? Are we talking about...
even if we're splitting hairs and talking about how well we changed the law post Ellis Island, and that's the law of the land. Even accepting that, right? I morally and ethically don't have problems with people escaping those countries that in many cases are a political nightmare where there have been death squads in all of their recent memory to come here. And when you say take care of our own, however you define it, this is the trick. This is the false dichotomy. 1 out of 2 of your tax dollars goes to the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And 1 out of 2 of those dollars goes to a black budget you don't get to know about and that there's no oversight of. Yeah. All the money we need to take care of everybody's right the fuck there.
Yeah, that's very
That's
true.
where it is.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to change a single thing about taxes, and honestly, we could lower them.
Going all the way back to Kennedy, the upper echelons have known about that, and anybody who's taken even a basic civics course can figure. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's where all your money goes, and everything else is a smoke show getting us to fight over crumbs while we're mad.
Yeah. You mean everyone? See, that's kind of my thing. Is like when I see an American flag, I see that as an experiment that we're trying to drape over the world. We want everybody. We want your downtrodden, and you know, I know that maybe we've changed our ideals since then, but for me, there's no American tribe. Like, there's no. I don't have a sense of.
It seems like we've broken any spirit of that we might have had. And I sort of feel like that's a shame.
They've emboldened it in a lot of people where they kind of have this sense of like, no, I'm talking about American.
Right.
Born in America. And it's like, well, but what even is
that? Erica says,
yeah.
I mean homeless and veterans. I'm not trying to cause issues. I mean everyone. And I don't feel like you're trying to cause issues.
No, I don't feel that way either. Yeah.
I want to be clear. And I think the homeless and the veterans should be taken care of. Absolutely. I don't think it's beyond our means to take care of all these people with dignity and national security.
Yeah.
Without having to look. I understand both arguments on the separating the kids because they're like, no, human trafficking exists, and they'll use the same 2 people to bring a bunch of kids over.
Yeah.
And I've seen documentation of that. I don't know how big it is. I know it happens.
Well, I guess
I understand that that's a reason. I'm not sure that's the best way to go about it, though.
Well, hyper nationalistic rhetoric for, like, in my opinion, for America is always weird to me because it always vibes to me like maybe the perception is that you're living in a house and this is your family, but in fact it's the American experiment. You're in a lab, you're part of a process that's being changed and ebbs and flows with times and trends and statistics and how people act. It's governance in kind of a different way than our brains have ever had to establish before.
I think that's the problem is that most people
it's worth, I think like saying take care of our own was just like a choice of words, like poor choice of words. I didn't like our own is everybody because that's like you said that is America. But I just meant maybe necessarily people who are already established here, like our elderly homeless, our veterans. Like allocate money for everyone before you decide to allocate it. Like,
well, I think that your
very
problem.
Hard for me to explain it without using trigger words like our own, because like I'm not.
I understand.
I'm not.
I think we could both agree that that relief for both of those issues should happen in tandem and could.
Well, my thing is, I think her argument is sort of like my argument having to do with this Afghanistan withdrawal. Yeah. You don't pull out the base first.
No,
right? You got to do things in the right order. In this case, if you've already got people here that are having a bad time, folks are going to be real mad if they're not taken care of. They've been here their whole lives and they're not taken care of. Totally,
like
totally.
My dad is
that's outrageous.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like I look at it in that aspect. Like he's a veteran and he cannot afford his medication. Like there's just a lot of things that I think, you know, obviously it could be helped. I don't know what the answers are, but it seems to me that like I see all these people getting Social Security and housing and food stamps and free daycare, and they not necessarily have contributed yet because they're still coming to society. Like I don't know how to explain it, but
I understand.
Yeah. There's been some.
It sounds like bigoted, but I'm not.
Well, our governance has a fucking job that they promised they'd do, and that's protect our interests at home and abroad. And here's the thing: our 2 different parties love to skew what the fuck they're doing for home and what the fuck they're doing for abroad, and they know that that's a tense subject. And so what you'll see media outlets do, or even politicians themselves do, is say, look at how much so and so is spending on abroad. What about home?
Yeah,
like because I didn't really mean it like our own. I think it's because I've heard that phrase too many times. Like, it was just how
you know, I honestly, I don't think you should feel as bad as you seem to about that. I want to be clear because, look, when we're talking about any subject, we're going to use heuristics and a short form of language with an implied understanding that we're being civil and that you're not trying to use some sort of trigger word on people or some sort of dog whistle. That didn't even come to mind to me. No, but I don't believe that's your motivation. Yeah. I do think it can be important, though, that within the context of the conversation, to acknowledge that some people aren't going to recognize that.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, my family immigrated from Ireland. I mean, everyone here immigrated somewhere. So in a sense, like, they're all literally immigrants. So, like, to say illegal or whatnot isn't really what I.
This is a clever thing about how English language has been manipulated, especially in American. Like, we have a Democrat Party, like, that's supposed to somehow represent the ideals of democracy, and they're the Democratic ones. Look, man, we don't live in democracy. We don't live in a republic. We live in modified republic democracy. Yep. It's a representative democracy. It mixes both of them, to my mind, for good reason, because I'm not capable of being informed enough to vote on some important things. I am capable of saying who I trust to.
Well, and that's why the older I've gotten, the more I really fall into the, it wasn't until I was a able to vote adult that I really was able to spend enough time observing the American machine to understand that, like, what they truly mean by the American experiment.
Yeah.
This is not something, this is a fluid system. Changes, and the populace changes, and the views and ideals and social structures change. You know, we are now a democracy that has socialized elements.
You know,
which is interesting to me.
I think using your metaphor, if I had to say the biggest cause of issue, if we're speaking metaphorically between the right and the left right now, is that it's a fluid system and one side is trying to calcify it.
Yes.
And the other side is trying to wholly liquefy it. And it is a fluid system, but it's one basically of mud.
Well, I think they both genuinely have their own means in there. Okay, so this is almost a Bene Gesserit Dune level ideological mythos problem.
Yeah.
Both of these generational politicians on both sides are fighting to keep alive some kind of ideal. Like, they might in their minds think they're fighting on what calcifying, but I don't think it'll ever actually become either of the two, because they are both creatures of a machine that, like, some Bene Gesserit goddamn mothers put together.
It does feel that way.
Like,
and I think to a large degree you're right. I just think that now that people are sophisticated enough and in a data cycle where they're informed enough, that to them they see both sides spouting extremes when they don't really want either extreme. They might err heavily more toward one side or the other, but they don't really want it to be the rushing rapids any more than they want it to be baked mud.
I don't even pick a side. I'm on the side of myself. Like, what I think is right and wrong, and then who I vote for who I think will represent my beliefs. Like, no one's ever going to be happy. Like, oh, we want allocated money for this and that and this and that. Like, that's just how it is.
Well,
but at least we have that choice.
Are Ivy League war criminals.
Yeah.
At least we have people and a choice, and it's not a dictatorship where it's like, you don't get a fucking choice. Do what I say or I'll kill you.
I feel like we've moved past the classic dictatorship to a sort of crypto oligarchy that's given us the illusion of control.
Well, the UN has changed our classification. We're no longer a true democracy. Haven't been for a very long time. There's oligarchical that the UN recognizes, which is weird. Weird. We have a generational, like, wealth kind of. When I say issue, that's not socialist propaganda. I'm not a socialist by any means. It's attached to social majesty in such a way that the wealth goes immediately back into the fucking White House.
Yeah.
And it's been that way for so long now they are functionally an airplane cult of some skull and bones ideas.
Yeah, one could argue it's been going on since the era of the Boston Brahmins.
Yes.
Like that there's a group of people who are like, well, we're secretly in control of the American experiment because these idiots are too dumb.
sometimes it has to change, and it needs to change in a way that's calculated and thought out by people thinking about it. And if you are that sure, you're right.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. If you're that sure, you're right.
Yeah, at least we have a group that like literally. I wish our our government was like our group, because like you guys knew what I was saying, and like instead of jumping all over my shit, you let me explain, and then I heard what you had to say, and like it should just be that way. But I don't
because
know why
we're not supposed to be fighting each other like enemies, man. Like it's okay to be on opposite teams, right? It's okay to say I think you've got the wrong idea.
I genuinely looked at that comment, and again, if it even seemed like I was at all fired up, it's only because I get excited. I feel like I have a new set of shoes for someone to try on.
Yeah,
it's like,
and I'm willing.
You feel comfy in
down
those, but check these bitches out.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and like, you're not wrong. We should be taking care of all of those people. It's just that I believe that we should have already done that, but we didn't. We're here now. We can take care of both groups of people, so it doesn't have to be an either or. You know, and we probably should, like, because we've screwed up South and Central America so badly.
English is one of those languages where it's very easy to make it a
It is.
It
is
very complex, social problem.
That's why, like, as a hypnotist, I find English to be a damn near insidious language.
It is.
What case in point? To make an example, this is probably my favorite example. If I go to describe something, I give you the noun last. You have to go into a little bit of a trance building the thing I'm talking about until I tell you what the thing is. If I say the purple hairy dog, like, you didn't start off with a general field of purple. You were just waiting for me to get to dog. But if I say the dog whose hair was short and was green, you just went through 3 different dogs in your mind while I'm expending mental calories on you as you readjust that imagery. And every time you sort of go into a deeper trance.
Yeah. It's aphantasia. It's caused, in my opinion, a rise in aphantasia. People who can't visualize written word.
Yeah.
People, when they read a book, they cannot visualize what's being set up. And, the fun thing about reading a book to me is it's like you're basically co-producing a whole fucking movie. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, you get to be the visual side of the script. And for a surprising amount of English speakers, that's not the case. That's why most Americans prefer television over fucking print now.
And you'll note Spanish is set up exactly the opposite. The only time that you start describing things, like you say gato blanco, not white cat.
Exactly.
The only time you describe things before you get to the noun is in poetry.
Yep. That's when you're specifically setting up a visual fucking flowery, you know what I mean? Not say romantic.
Yeah.
Be setting up something. But yeah, exactly. English has fucked us in a certain way.
Well, and most people, like, there's a huge amount of synonyms for most words, and most people don't understand the subtleties of them, so they just correlate them to all mean the same thing. Well, one thing that's important when using conversational hypnosis is to speak mellifluously, and while using rhyme and alliteration, but not on a rhyme scheme, right? Yeah. And that gives you a ton more opportunities for me to pick a word that basically means what I'm talking about, and I can assume you get it in context. This assumptive function, is a big part of why you're fine saying our people, because in the state of us communicating, it seems clear to you that we're going to understand what that means. Then probably the moment you see it, or it's not taken exactly like that in the current cultural context, it feels almost like a threat, like, because of the way the culture is, like, we're trying to cut you down. You've made this little verbal sin, and that undercuts everything, and that's a bunch of bullshit. Like, that's just designed to not talk about the subject.
Clarify and just be respectful. Like, I'm not very eloquent with typing. Like, I'm not.
Hey, you're fine. You're fine. Again, like, that's not entirely your fault. That's not your fault.
Being a touch typist is like being astoundingly prolific in a musical instrument.
Yeah, you have to sit and build your own personal rhythm like an instrument. If you're a writer, I write. do have to sit and kind of grind.
Sunbeam Farm wants to know who's the next oligarch for 2024. Same one it has been.
I do, as we're kind of winding the show down, I do want to kind of end on a prediction.
Martin Estevez.
Martin. Oh, you're going back with Martin Sheen, baby. Martin Sheen's going to be back in the White House. And what do we mean by that? Martin Sheen.
Same guy.
At this point, you're going to have to hit it. Change our minds. But I have a prediction, and I really hope it comes true. This is from the optimistic side of my brain, so I'm a bit biased with this prediction. But I really hope that because of rate of information, situation going on with the internet, and the collapse and wealth and trust fund politics, a brain party show.
Oh,
that learned a whole lot from Andrew Yang.
Well, I was going to say,
from Donald Trump.
I hope that Andrew Yang gets King Ralphed into it somehow.
I mean, if Andrew Yang is the person that is behind this, I'm predicting a new party, whole new.
Yeah, well, he's starting a new party.
There we go.
Yeah, he's already started a new party. He did 2 weeks ago.
Fucking whoa! Okay, good. Okay, that I didn't know that. What's it called?
I think the Forward Party or something. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. I'm probably wrong.
But I still predict that it's going to do better than everybody had thought, and we're going to see a lot more generational wealth stepping in places they fucking shouldn't. And I'm not accusing any side of election method. Both fucking done.
Yeah,
and that's why they both think it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they've both done it to each other in the past.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
Look, if I take my sister's shit, my sister takes my shit, we're never gonna trust each other to not, like, our shit goes missing, it's one of the two of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it's gonna. The next time some shit goes missing, you're just gonna assume that was the method in which it was fucking took. So I predict that shit will do a lot better than fucking people saw, and we'll see a lot of uniting of opinions, because in the optimist in me, we're going to see walls break down between graphics we didn't necessarily see in the past. I think we have one kind of, we're going to have a common goal at some, the allocation of fucking resources.
Yeah.
And it's not going to matter. It's going to be a class thing. It's going to outnumber people who have fucking control of the resources.
Yeah, because it's getting so much harder to not be in that 1% now.
Hey, talk to you later,
Bye,
Erica.
y'all.
It was a pleasure. Always. She's become my de facto co-host. Fucking love her. Totally seems at a breaking point by natural progression of. Yeah, you see, we're going to have some blue hairs die, and we're going to hopefully have some young blood voted in. We're going to have, I predict, a trust funder so egregiously trust fundy and generational pop into politics that nobody fucking believes that shit. Like, nobody will believe it.
Wait, so you think Hunter Biden's taking 2024?
I don't think 2024. I think it'll be after that. I think we'll see a new party pop up by 2024. I think we'll have at least 2 election cycles of a new party doing surprisingly better, but also raising conspiracy fucking... lighting flames in the hearts of conspiracy theorists because of how it never manages to take anything.
Yeah.
It's always going to do well. It's never going to take anything. We're going to see a politician who is like a Hunter Biden level, like, the public is not fucking cool with it. Take the fucking White House or somewhere really high. It's gonna...
Yeah, I can see that.
It's gonna blow it. Suddenly that party is gonna be like Project Veritas. You know what I'm saying? But you guys are gonna see special guests tonight here in just a minute. We're coming back with the Tattered Map today. It's Conspiracy Theory Thursday, technically still. We're not really doing themes on this program anymore, but we're doing Tattered Map on Thursdays right now. So stay tuned. Stay near the channel. If you're a new viewer, be sure to hit subscribe and hit that bell so you're notified when we come back. We're going to just do a little bit of prep work. I'm going to kick over to the end here. Oh, thank you so much, Rock. I fucking love doing this show with you. John B, favorite every time. Erica, Arianthe. We got Arianthe and the mini Mercs on fucking screen today. It's been a really cool day. Lux was here on our lunch break. It's exactly kind of how I wanted it to go today. Having to watch for some things algorithmically, and we're kind of growing this channel transparently in front of all you guys, so anybody interested in doing this can kind of see what it's like and what you do, but what you do when you hit that partner program-ish. But see you guys soon. Kick on over to the end. Just a reminder that MURKradio is brought to you by Atlas VPN and BARKBOX. Exclusive deal in the description below.